Hello. Welcome to the stream. Oh, where's my mouse go? Just ran across the whole screen simply turn that on. That's crazy. Another day of hopefully classic hardcore. Really need a shave. Maybe shave later. Maybe over the weekend. We'll see. Rocket needs a shave. Once again, we're going to be playing some Mage. Got 2 levels yesterday. I doubt 2 levels happens again, but man, it would be cool, wouldn't it? If we can get the 43 today, though, I'd feel pretty happy about it. Yesterday was a good first day back after, you know, a few weeks of not being here. Gotta make water and food now. Ugh. Got new water, so we gotta make it. But we are halfway rested through this level. So I think there's an alright chance to hit 43 while we're questing in Strangleform Vale. Level 12 rogue with fiery weapons. That's a bit overkill. But, you know, people gotta do what they gotta do, I guess. Because we hit 42 yesterday, we did get a new rank of Fireball. I'm looking forward to trying that out, seeing how the damage is. It should be fun. Make these. Gonna make one more water because I'm gonna drink before I go. And we get 2 stacks. So we'll start off with the pirate quest. And then just heat up and do what we do. We'll probably do pirates into Scare and Shaky. And then the troll tusks. Maybe the singing blue crystals. Save Icarus Reed for last. Maybe do Zanzel's secret, but it's more of like a after I go sort out a few things in the Badlands and stuff kind of quest, you know? But there's a lot to do. And hopefully we get some more wild vine while we're killing trolls. Because I still would like at least a little bit more. Some more mage weave so we can make some 12 slot bags for characters as well. That'd be good. Depending on when I actually finish with Grocket. Like tomorrow is mail check day, obviously, Friday. I would like to check the characters before I make the bags so I know how much I need to make. But we'll see. Guy waiting for Dunk. Maybe not. Might be. Mr. Pretty Boy Duncan? I don't... Oh, he's dead over there. Like, I don't see him, but no, he's over there. So I have to wait. I'm used to that. Like, every time I rock up here, I feel like he's just been killed. I think that's happened on 3 characters. Not the biggest crit. I feel like we've had some 600 crits. That was nearly a 650, which is pretty good, but I feel like now that it can do 400 damage plus, I'm hoping it gets to like 700 crits, you know? That'd be cool. I'd enjoy that. Also, I don't know how we get 40 silver from doing that quest just to read that paper. It's like they had 40 silver just sitting on the paper, you know? Usually when you hand in a quest that gives you money, you go to an NPC and he's like, here you go, have a reward. I guess we are fighting pirates, so it would make sense that there's 40 silver just sitting there. It's also a video game. But it's funny to think about. I updated my graphics drivers today. I don't really do that a lot. I should probably do it more. But I updated it because, like, scared of the issues that I've been having. Like, I don't want to have them while I'm playing hardcore, you know? And it's only happened one time during stream. But I had that weird lockup not last week, the week before, because I didn't really stream last week, did I? But every now and then I'll turn my computer on and I'll either get a blue screen or like a weird rainbow like I did today. It's mildly concerning. Gonna go in the water to loot him. Making me as a fire mage go in the water. I'll fizzle out. But yeah, like, it would suck to lose a character because of graphic issues. So just take every precaution. If it ever happens, I would probably consider stopping stream for a while until I actually fix the issue. Like, a while as in however long it takes to get a new graphics card. But hopefully everything stays fine. I don't need to do something that drastic. Alright, let's go get out of here. I'm gonna kill this one on the way. It has an epic on it, I feel it. Feeling very epic today. That's not epic. I mainly wanted to kill it so I don't get netted and have to, you know, deal with multiple pirates. I mean, they're already dealing with a pirate, they wouldn't even help. But also the epic that was potentially on it. The only epic I've looted in hardcore WoW was on my warrior I'm playing with my friends, and it was this area with the pirates. So yeah. There's already like a little bit of... It's happened before, you know? Hello, Caitlin.
Be careful. Have a good one.
Don't know about this quest. The reward's nice, but I wouldn't place it. I was going to try that quest on my warlock. Just to see how it was, but never got there.
Greetings.
You know, I had a good plan for the warlock video. I was going to go kill like all the elites, do King Bangalash, stuff like that. Turns out Garland had other options, or other plans. Like, nah, I think I'll just die. Okay. Don't need page 10. We've only got 3 characters that haven't done the Green Hills of Stranglethorn now. Lena, Rugen, and Friend. The only 3 characters that actually need to do it.
King's honor.
And by need, I mean...
Careful.
Could do it. Because they don't need to. Especially Lena and Rugen. Like, they are okay on experience. Brand, yeah, I'd prefer to get it done because, well... The druid is probably going to struggle with having quests available. Alright, let's go get some snuff and Dizzy's Eye and kill pirates. The fun part of the day. Pirate killing. As long as the snuff actually drops, it's not that bad, but we'll see, because some of these mobs might be a bit harder on the mage, especially fire mage. The warlocks and such. So the ones with the imps should be chill because I just fire ward. Fire ward and then deal with them later with our 200 damage frostbolts. It's so bad. Obviously we don't have the max rank. I didn't train it because money. But compared to Fireball, still 150 less damage. If it was max rank, that's crazy. And you don't get the dopamine of like giant ignites. Frost Mage. Ugh. These Bloodsail mages know what's up, you know, they're playing fire. Well, our snuff drops are pretty good right now. We'll see how it continues. Hopefully it does. But I expect this place will be, you know, having people. Because it always does. sometimes quite hard to get you killed here, depending on the amount of people around. Grab these charts and orders though, since they're literally right here together. It's always a good thing when you don't need to really fight anything difficult to get them. We may end up having to go to the gorillas before this. I like doing this quest first because it's, you know, free quest so you can get out of the way pretty easily. Wants all of them. He is a shadow priest. I mean, he can do it. If I get kicked here, that'd be bad. Priests are quite strong. So it's not that surprising that he wanted to kill. Haven't gotten my priest to 44 so far. I can confirm they are pretty strong. Way stronger than I thought they would be. What I was worried about with these guys. Nice. There's Dizzy's eye. Awesome. Swashbuckler first. Hope that it doesn't run close to the succubus. And that succubus is kind of lurking around, you know. Swashbucklers are a bit more important. Considering. They are the mob that we need to kill X amount of. Oh. I think that might be the hardest hidden non-crit fireball that I've had now, the 479, that's pretty big. Pretty big indeed. I will take that any day. If it was a crit, that definitely would have been over 700. Feel. That's one thing I do like about the boomkin. Because your crits do actually do double damage. You know, with vengeance. It's pretty awesome. I am a fan of double damage crits. Want to see if there's swashbuckler. No swashbuckler. Okay. Oh. When I saw 50%, I was like, okay, hopefully we can kill it in 2 frostbolts, that means. No. It's the only damage I have. I guess Cone of Cold as well, but it costs more mana, right? An Arcane Explosion. So I'd rather just keep casting the Frostbolt. $485. Getting close to that 500 damage with Fireball, that's pretty awesome. Of course, the last Frostbolt gets a crit. Classic. So we're almost 500 damage Fireballs. Pretty cool. Low swinger. Yeah. Paladin. Our next level of training is either free, pretty much, or 10 silver. We just really need Blast Wave at 44. $48 will definitely be hidden for over 500 Fireball. Considering the top end of Fireball at 48 is baseline 506. But I want it now. It's variable, right? Like, we're still getting 350 damage sometimes from it. If only 5 vulnerability was like Shadow vulnerability. Just all of your fire abilities increase the damage. That'd be pretty sick. Be pretty sick indeed. It just sucks being in like the 5 levels after hitting 10. So we're level 40, right? We go to 45, we get new water. Those 5 levels while you wait for the new water. Fuck. You get so much mana on a mage. They're definitely the levels that I dislike the most for drinking purposes. That priest killed everything over there, but not really going to be respawns anytime. There is. I guess I didn't kill everything. It was just a fire blast. Crit. Well, it was only little. A 500 crit? Just a fire blast. It makes sense. We should see like a 700 crit today. For sure. As long as we live. Another page 10. The snuff did stop dropping a little bit. We rocked up, we got like 4 in a row. Stopped dropping as much. Still getting it, but thought we were being too lucky, so they tuned down the drop rate. Fear. But quests down here, I don't mind taking a bit longer because, you know, you're getting the reset experience right now. After the reset experience runs out, then I'm like, ugh, dragging on. What does the rank 1 Frostbolt do? It does kill it from... Just need to click it though, because I don't have it on my bar. I swap them in and out, you know, rank 1 Frostbolt or max rank Frostbolt. I swap them depending on what I need. I think Sagefish Delight is why people come fishing out here. I've seen a lot of level 60 priests out here as well, so I guess that paladin also wants some Sagefish Delight, which makes sense. You know, Root Paladin is mana based. I'm probably not going to get any for my paladin. Well, I already did a lot for the druid. I don't want to have to do it for other characters. You like that, do you? Like, freeze me. Slaps her ass. That's the one thing I'll miss about Garland, actually, the succubus. Like, you know, Calnus was fun. Let's get this party started. Just like slapping her ass whenever something awesome happened. But that's the way it goes. Sometimes on hardcore you die, like that guy. This is a place that probably kills a lot of people too. Serious. Especially this camp. Everything respawns. Nice. I was gonna Frost Nova him, but then I got the crit. It's like, well, I don't really need to. Bunkus. All that druid running with low health, and I'm like, do I save him? But then I wanted to check to see how many mobs were following them, you know? Maybe it will happen to me now. Like that respawn. That's one of the worst respawns ever. That's probably what happened to them. We both got respawned on. Not only the respawn, like the respawn would have been okay, but the mob ran out of my range. 10% health. Turned into a little bit of a shit show. would make use of combustion. You know what they say about shadow bolts? Oh. That was big. We've died to some shadow bolts already during the Medley, so they are quite rough. Surely I don't aggro all freeze wash. What's that guy's name? Bronze. Close to friend. Saw it before when he was running. I'm like, name's close to my druid's name. But they are feral. Feral and rude. Need to rebuff after this mob. Where I get some mana. So we need 1500 mana to rebuff. That's crazy. I might have considered buffing that druid if he had given me Mark of the Wild. Like, obviously he's feral, so he doesn't really need intellect, but it would be helpful. Like, it's not completely useless, but for him to just be like, not even gonna think about that mage, why would I then give him a buff? And that's an easy name to remember. It's close to my druid. I ain't ever given him a buff. He wants a buff when I'm on my priest now. I doubt I'll ever see him again. Sometimes I do see people that I've seen before, but it's pretty rare because, you know, I'm leveling so many different characters. It happened a lot more in the earlier levels because I'd go through character faster. So, you know, when we're in West 4 or something, we see the same guy like 3 days in a row. Doesn't really happen that much now because it's taken sometimes a few weeks to level one character. And by that time, the other person's moved on. Moved on, maybe died. Maybe I should have got the rank 7 Frostbolt. I'd be able to kill those imps in 2 casts. Be so helpful. So we just need 4 snuff. Page 8 I do actually need for Lena, so good pick up. Four more snuff. We're already already like a third through this level. But I mean, this first half is probably going to go by quite quick with the rest of the experience, isn't it? I feel like Shadow Bolt's the scariest cast. As someone who can't interrupt. I mean, obviously Garland had Shadow Ward. They still destroyed. Thankfully, when we go back to that mob, we do have Counterspell. So when I go to do that quest again on Grocket, because I am going to do it again, we will be able to not take all the damage. Not sure 100% what I'll do about the dog that it summons, you know, because that's still mana burning scariness. But sure, we can deal with it. Hopefully. Drink in real life. Drink in game, drink in real life. I was hoping for that. So I didn't start casting or start pressing Fire Blast or after I saw the damage. Like, if I don't need to. Now this should be a crit, right? Should be. And a resist. Oh, it's horrible. We got 90% extra crit right now. There's a 700 fireball. Nice. I knew we'd get over 700 damage today. Happened within an hour. Well, that's good. Gonna be a lot of drinking. We've already gone through 13 water. It's not as bad as Friend. Now, I don't know, maybe it will... Maybe the druid drinking problem will be a little bit less when we play it next. We're gonna have the Sagefish Delights. I still love how there was that one guy telling me that I need to use all these consumables and good gear to make sure the druid doesn't run out of mana. It's like, mate, I am playing Account Found. Do you think I have all of that? Like, I can't just go to the auction house and buy everything. But, I mean, that guy's disliked every one of my videos he's ever watched, so I don't think my content is made for him. But I will keep bringing him up from time to time because, you know, it's just a, you know, what not to do on the internet, basically. What I think of when I think of that guy. Just assume you're right about everything and never understand what anyone else is doing challenge-wise. Someone whose mother never disciplined them. Oh, nice. I was hoping he'd get an imp out. But if he gets Succubus out, there's no point doing Fire Ward, but if he gets an imp out... Also, for those interested, now you're watching World of Warcraft, so maybe you're not interested, but still playing my Warhammer campaign as Empire. I got Hellstorm rocket batteries last night. They're basically Patriot missiles. Had to destroy some vampires. Then went back to town, got them, and now I'm gonna go destroy some more vampires. I am liking the Empire campaign a lot, especially as the Emperor, because, you know, you gotta unify the states, stuff like that, so it's some fun. But I think the campaign now will start to calm down a little bit. There's still going to be random wars from each corner because I'm still in the center of the map, but I'll feel quite rewarded after this campaign, I think, because probably been the most challenging one I've done. And then I might either do a Kislev or a Dark Elf campaign afterwards. There's so many factions. I want to do another Grain Cafe campaign because I did that as my first choice. They were the ones I went through the base campaign of the game with. There's like a base campaign and then a full world map campaign, basically. But I want to play them again, so I can play them on the full map. But it's like, I've already played them, so I want to play it. Yeah. But there's so many. I just know there's probably a lot of people that are into Warhammer. And possibly a lot of people that watch my content that are into Warhammer. Maybe not like Total War Warhammer, but I mean, Warhammer enjoyer is a Warhammer enjoyer, isn't it? Nice, job done. I wonder if this guy is a shaman or a warrior. He looks like a warrior. Those are plate pants and shoes, if I'm not mistaken. So, level 40-ish warrior. Got Ravager and Broad Shoulder. Got unlucky like I did, I guess. No Rage and Berserker Helm. Alright, let's get on out of here. Got the snuff. I'll go get the giblets. Frost Mage. Ugh. I'll go do the giblets now before we head back to town so we have an extra quest to hand in. Even though the quest is only worth like 800 experience, getting the giblets sometimes takes some time, so you make up for it there. That's why I don't think 43 will be that hard to get to today, because, you know, we still had half a level of rest experience, and the south of Stranglethorn is pretty lucrative for it. And then any money over, honestly, 5 gold at this point, can probably start going to Rugen. How much is our training at 46? Yeah, so about 5 gold. Is this guy okay? Okay. I mean, I don't know why he's doing that quest at 36, or just killing gorillas. I don't even know if he's doing the quest, but like, probably not the place to be at level 36, I'd say. I know Rogue is strong, but I wouldn't be doing that. Damn, 3 from 3? That's crazy. Can we keep it up? I was like, sometimes the giblets takes forever and you get lots of experience, and we might just get it done within 5 mobs. If we're not too unlucky, you know? The snuff did start dropping very good when we first got there though, so maybe we'll get free and then be stuck on free for about half an hour. Could happen. I must say, wanding on the Mage just doesn't feel good after playing Priest. Oh, not 5 from 5. 100% crit coming right up. When we get the combustion stacked to 9, it's like, well, the next fireball is 100% crit. Could be a pyroblast 100% crit at that point, but that's a 6-second cast. Think I want to stand around for an extra 3 seconds? For the damage, maybe. Alright. Well, that was only about 8 mobs. Pretty good. Gonna have to start skinning mobs again. Maybe when they're like above level 42. 41 is yellow, so that could do, but it's a lot of mobs. And these quests could be over halfway through this level.
Hey there. See you later.
Everyone's got fiery on their
Safe travels.
I'm not trying to be judgmental about how they want to play, you know, fiery weapon, level 60s running around after them, whatever. But it's gotten to the point with hardcore. Obviously, a lot of people have level 60s and they're just trying to get their ults there faster. That's fine. But I guarantee there are some people that just do it on their first character.
See you soon.
But I really love
Well met.
the leveling,
For the Alliance.
right, of Classic WoW. It's like the whole game for me of Classic, because raiding is kind of boring. I've done it many years ago before. So I don't really care to run Molten Core and Blackwing Lair and Anchorage and all that shit. The only raid that I would find fun in Classic now is Nex. But obviously to get there you gotta do all the other boring shit. As someone who almost got exalted with the Hydraxian Waterlords on 2 characters back in vanilla, I don't really want to. I did a lot of raiding back in 2005-ish.
Off with you. Hey, good. What brings you here? Ancestors watch over you. Go in peace.
But that's why I'm like, man, they really take the fun out of the leveling for themselves. That's a level 60-ish warrior. They're allowed to have. Pretty sure I saw this person leveling last week. Maybe the week before. Alright, we need a page 1 and a page 8 on Lena, and we've got both of those in our bags. So. Update spreadsheet. Oh.
Fight well, friend.
2. Fight 12. Lena.
Yo.
We don't actually need 4 Jades anymore. I guess if we do the items of power quest, which as I said yesterday is a quest that I can't actually complete fully. Like we can do these for the little bit of extra experience we'd get, but they're not quests that we can complete completely because they are... I'd have to do Scarlet Monastery. And obviously, we're not doing dungeons, so... Take care of that later. Someone joined my Discord, I guess from the stream, but I don't know if they actually watched the stream. But they joined the Discord and they say, "Hello, how is stream going?" in DMs, and I'm like, "Is this another graphic designer?" People join my Discord and then start messaging people. I'm like, couldn't do that. One way of getting pyramid. Especially, it's just randomly messaging me. Like if it's someone that hangs out in the stream, I don't mind that much, you know. Getting a DM from someone that hangs out in the stream is fine. But when it's someone that I'm just like, who the hell is this? As long as it's not a weird message. I've had some weird messages from people that hang out in the stream. Like, I ain't even gonna respond to that. Like, you need to correct yourself, you know? Like, I'm not someone who wants to form parasocial relationships, you know? I'm just a dude playing some video games, streaming, maybe talking to some people from all over the world, just having fun, chilling, no stress, no commitments. So I'm not gonna farm any parasocial friendships and stuff like that. It's just not gonna happen with me. Like, if you're willing to be here and chat and spend some money, maybe dropping a sub, stuff like that, fine. But I'm not your best friend. There are some friends that do watch the content, and there's probably some people that I could become friends with from them watching the content, you know, if we have a good time together and stuff like that, but don't automatically assume that I'm your best buddy just because we hang out here. It's pretty much the #1 rule. Thankfully, it's been relatively good. Like, not too much weird, but yeah, there is definitely some people that possibly go a little bit too far. Things. And think that this is something it's not. But I think that happens with any content creator, doesn't it? I'm just thankful that I'm a dude streaming, because I feel like female streamers get it way worse. And you gotta feel for them. Like, I watch some female streamers, you know, not booba streamers, generally, because not really the content that I'm into. If I wanted to watch booba content, I'd not watch it on Twitch. Let's be real. Oh. But yeah, there's some female streamers, and they sometimes talk about just weird comments they get on Twitch or YouTube, and it's like, yeah, that would suck. Like, no one wants to deal with that shit. So I'm glad I haven't had to deal with too much of it, but I have. I'm not immune to it, apparently. But, you know, as was stated last week when I was streaming, someone thought I was in my late 20s. I'm in my mid-30s, so I must be a good-looking dude. At least to some people. I always thought I was a good-looking dude. My mum always told me I was. So, it is what it is. The amount of times I've had someone be flustered in front of me in real life when I start talking to them kind of just confirms it a little bit, though. Like, if you ever walk up to someone of the opposite sex and you just start talking to them and they're like, start smiling a little bit, you know, it's like, Well, I'm just talking to you. Like, I'm not trying to have sex with everybody in the entire world. Calm down. I'll be honest, I don't want to have sex with most people. Like, I'm very selective. I could never be a man hoe. It's just not in my nature. Probably gonna have to deal with that foreman. My fire ward ran out. Maybe that foreman. Really don't want to deal with both of them. Ever. There's another one. Monkus. Alright, this is an Evo case situation. Like, we could possibly just run, but, you know, this place is always a bit of a disaster shit show if you start running around. Definitely a dangerous area. Now someone else has just rocked up. A frost mage. Ugh. How many times will I say frost mage today? Yes. But I guess, you know, just being online doing content will always bring out some weird people from time to time. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing. I feel like I'm just one of the chillest people playing video games, you know, and there's still weird people in my comment section from time to time. It's like, I'm just playing games, man. Nothing much to it other than that. Like that one guy who was like, that reaction was so cringe. I'm just like, what reaction? I'm literally just playing video games. Like, I'm not reacting. My reaction to his reaction was possibly better than whatever reaction he saw. Okay, they came here, killed a few mobs, and now they're hoofing. Alright. Interesting. Kinda good that there's no one really here though. Sometimes these goblins can be quite annoying. Just from like lack of spawn / kills that I can do, and just other people being around in general makes this place way scarier. Do I need... Should be good to kill it with this much mana, surely. Perfect. The perfect amount of mana. I was a little worried, but only a little bit. Age 4. Not needed. Fran needs 21 and 25, and Rugen needs 25. Lena needs 25. So they all need 25. Fran needs 21. So page 25 is what we need to get today, honestly. We're able to hand in all that stuff when we first log into Rugen and such, then we can free up a lot of bag space. The advanced mining again. Had that drop a few times during the medley. Drops from these guys pretty regularly. Six out of 10. Get these and then the tusks, and hopefully should be able to do both of those without having to go back to town with our 12 slot bags. Be good. At least when it comes to water, even though it's dog shit for the next few levels, because it's level 35 water, at least we can make our own, right? So we never have to like return to town to get some. I think when I get back to leveling the druid, I'm gonna buy like 6 stacks of water. Just to make sure we have enough at all times. Because if we get deep into questing and then I have to go back to town to buy water, I'm be Mage. We haven't played the druid for quite some time. She was like the second character to be leveled last time, I think. Gonna be second last this time around. So it's been a while when we get to her. And we're still Rugen, Francie, in between. Rocket is 7 minutes away from being the same time played as Garland, and he's about a level and a half behind. Because we were 2 bars from leveling on Garland when we died. But 7 minutes, and then Rocket has officially lived longer than Garland. Although I was still on the character for a few, so it's probably about the time that Garland died now. Poor guy. Poor little Garland. Our bald human male. But, you know, out of all the characters that I could potentially lose, Garland and Friend are probably like the 2 that I don't mind as much, because they're the ones I haven't had the fun on compared to other characters. Like, Garland did some fun things, we did some elite quests, but even like doing Colonel Curzon didn't really feel fun, because we'd just fear him. There was no, like, rewarding feel from clearing that cave out. And that's the problem with Warlock and me, I think. I didn't ever feel rewarded when I killed something, because Warlock was quite simple. If you can fear it, you can kill it. I'm gonna do a def analysis at the end of the Garland video. So the video will play out, and then there'll be like, you know how directors sometimes have talking points at the end of like a movie or something? I'm gonna do that. Notes from the director. And it's gonna go over the things that I did wrong and stuff like that, obviously. Make the points that need to be made, because I'm sure there's gonna be people that watch that and they like try to point out everything. It's like, yeah, obviously. Some dude will be like, oh, you didn't use this, you didn't use that. You wanna know why? Because it's hard to remember your keybinds when you've got 8 characters. It's honestly what it really comes down to with that. But I could have definitely used fear against the caster mob or even the dog. But I was too worried that it would aggro other things. And it's funny because you think about that. I was worried that I'd aggro an extra mob, so I'd rather just die. Like, that's just one of the problems I've kind of conditioned myself to have with hardcore WoW. Like, don't pull extra shit. But maybe it would have been better to fear it at least. 500 DPS on that mob. Right? Everything crit. That's beautiful. And the ignite didn't even really get to tick. Got the first tick, but you know, because we crit it so hard. We didn't get to see the big ignite. The big, beautiful ignite. The fact that there was a bill in America that was passed called the Big Beautiful Bill is fucking a joke anyway. Who the hell would call something that? The American political system is not a serious place. So I will make a joke out of it. Big beautiful ignite. But sadly, as much as like politics is boring for a lot of people, we just get it shoved down our throats now. Friends talk about it all the time. Discords they're talking about it all the time. It's like, I just need a break. I think that's one of the problems. $7,474 on the money. Nice. I try. I can't just talk about World of Warcraft though, that's the problem. Like, you know, we're playing 8 characters, 7 now. But we've been playing 8 characters, right? If I was just talking about World of Warcraft every time I played these characters, we would have had the same conversation 8 times. So I like talking about random shit. Whatever comes to my mind, I'm gonna pull it out. That might be a problem for some people. Sometimes it's politics, sometimes it's real life stuff. Politics isn't real life. Be real. As I said, it's a joke right now. But, yeah. Would be nice to just go back in time to when people were just playing video games on the internet and nothing else mattered. Like, obviously there were things going on in the background, but we didn't hear about it all the time. When I first started playing WoW, I didn't talk about politics to anyone. Now it's like everyone. It's just gonna grow the apathy, right? So, like, prevalent. I miss those early days of the internet. Log into RuneScape or whatever, you go chat with your friends. Maybe you join Ventrilo. Although I don't think I used Ventrilo until World of Warcraft. I never actually used voice over IP in RuneScape. We just sort of met up. You know, we had a guild website, a clan website, I guess. It wasn't a guild, it was a clan. I don't know the difference, they're both the same to me. We had a website and we were like, alright, meet up outside this place in the wilderness. And then we'll get together, do some PvP. Stuff like that, you know? And that was pretty much my whole internet interaction. Like, I'd watch Grubby or someone play some Warcraft 3. Because I was still into Warcraft 3 even though I wasn't really playing it when WoW came out. But I just played the video games. I don't really care about anything else going on in the world. I think the only reason I care about things going on in the world now is because I actually care about people. I feel like there's a lot of people in this world that don't care about people, and that's kind of sad. But I do try to make everyone's day better. Even if it's just a little bit, if I can get a smile on someone's face if they're having a bad day or whatever, then that's a good result for me. So whenever anyone comes in here and wants to talk for, like, you know, half the stream even, this person needs someone to talk to, so I'll talk to them. Sometimes even to the point where it becomes, this is the focus of the stream now. But I also generally don't have a lot of people just typing in chat all day. If I had a lot of people typing in chat all day, sure, I wouldn't focus on one person's conversation that much, but, you know, when it's the only conversation actually happening worth looking at. Doesn't feel that bad for me. Like when Garland died, you know, I was just having a chat, feeling good, not even really caring about the game. And then, well, because I wasn't really focused on playing. That happened. But I'm not going to blame chat for that. Because, do I have the bag for request? Don't think I do, yeah. I mean, I have it, I just don't have it right there. I guess we'll have to go and pick it up at some point. See ya, mate. That might be the biggest crit that we've had with Fireball now, 726. Hard to tell because, you know, it just happen and I forget sometimes how big the last one was. 26, that's not 25. Obviously. Eloise. Rebuff. It is 300 mark. Yeah, I want everyone to feel, you know, welcomed and all that. So if someone comes in here and they chat about whatever, good with me. To the point where I won't focus on the game that much. Because people are more important than World of Warcraft to me. Even if I don't know them, they're a person, right? World of Warcraft is just a thing. When it's just a thing, I don't really have any emotional attachment to it. I have loved World of Warcraft in the past. Like, probably too much. But those days are definitely behind me. I wouldn't say I love World of Warcraft anymore. Still a fun game. I still have fun with it. Maybe not the most fun game that I play. Like, I'm definitely having more fun with Warhammer. But that's also fresh for me. See this chest. Yeah, was it always here? Sneaky one. But I'm thankful I played this throughout the years because it has given me a lot. It's taken away a bit because I let it, you know. My fault that I let it take things away from my life, but it's also given me a lot in return. So it's not been completely one-sided. I'm quite happy with the time that I have spent playing. To the point where if World of Warcraft tomorrow, like Blizzard came out and said they're shutting down the World of Warcraft servers, I wouldn't feel that bad about it because I'd be like, well, it's been a good run. Satisfied with what I got done. I'm satisfied with the people I met and all that. And move on with my life, you know. Pump a priest again. Saw him yesterday in Arathi. Killing the mobs that I was killing. So, won't have respawns. Sucks. I think WoW is actually the place where I best learned to talk to women, because there was part of me, you know, back when I was in high school that wanted to talk to them, but no, too nervous, too shy. But then when you join a guild of like 40 people, there's obviously some girls in it. So you get to learn how to talk to them. It's like, that's just another person. I don't know why I'd be treating them any different, you know? Kind of figured that out. It would have been helpful if I was able to figure that out earlier in life, but they're not some mystical creature just because they're the opposite sex. Another person. So, well did that at least. And I'd say streaming, even though it's not fully tied to WoW, taught me to be more confident overall. Taught me to just do whatever I feel like doing. Which then led me to, you know, found my own business. Because I was like, I will do what I want to do. That was pretty good. Before I started making content, streaming, whatever, it was so long ago now when I started streaming, like 7 years I want. Obviously we haven't grown too much because I'm not someone who really puts myself out there, you know. I have my little corner of the internet and I'm quite okay with it. Obviously growing it would be cool. Having more like-minded people that I can chat to and all that all the time would be sick. One wildvine, nice. But it's not really a big priority of mine, so I don't go out of my way to make it happen. Like I have some friends that are big streamers. And by big, you know, I say, you know, 2,000, 3,000 followers, maybe more. Not really big in the grand scheme of things, is it? But it's big for Twitch because, I mean, Twitch discovery is dog shit. And even though I know they're streaming and they know I'm streaming, I'm not going to them and saying, hey, can you help me get viewers? Stuff like that, because I don't care about it. Like, they probably would help in some regards, raids, whatever, but I'm quite okay with what I got. I'm liking making the YouTube videos more now anyway, right? So, kinda where I focus that sort of hope to get a little bit more people. My goal this year of YouTube was to hit like 500 subs. I don't know if we will. Already halfway through the year and we're only at 270. But we have gained like 100 or so subs. So that's pretty cool. And there's also someone who subbed to my channel who was like a massive YouTuber. Which is also pretty cool. He commented on one of my videos and I was like, oh, die. Also, the fact that I didn't even like know about his content before that. But it's always a cool way of discovering new content too. Like, this guy has 800,000 subs. Wonder what kind of content he does, you know? And he's subbed to my fucking channel with 200. Like, that's pretty sick. That's the internet. Sometimes random people will stumble onto you. I mean, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine recently. You gotta think, at least like half the people that we run into in the world could randomly be like famous people on the internet. Just because of how the world works now, right? Thinking about it, but they're walking in there. They're walking in there. Like, you could run into a random person on the street and you don't know them, but they're like some big YouTuber or something. But I feel like anyone can be a big YouTuber. They put in the time, the effort, all that stuff, right? I put in some time and effort, but it's not as much as other people, definitely. But I'm quite happy with like what I've gotten out of it. It was rude. Because sometimes I wake up and I see a awesome comment from someone on YouTube and I'm just like, oh, that made my day. Like, I just got up and I see that. I'm like, thank you. You know, it's worth already. Just with that. Chest. Hide in the corner. I'm only halfway done with the tasks. See what I mean about the random conversations that happen during these just playing classic WoW? It all started because I was talking about how stupid politics feels right now. And then we just get on to some other things. Just because I don't actually want to talk about World of Warcraft most of the time I'm playing it. Like, WoW Classic is the perfect game for just chatting. You just play WoW Classic because it's so slow and all day, and then you just talk about whatever. I've got a lot of things to talk about, I'll tell you that. Sometimes it might not seem like it because I do catch myself before I really go on rants a lot of the time. Well, you know, there's a lot of people out there that won't think about what they say before they say it, but I am definitely someone who likes to think about what I say before I say it. Because I don't want to say anything like too out there for the stream, you know? I keep my deep thoughts close to my chest, as the expression goes. We do have deep conversations sometimes, but not like too deep, you know? We're not going into trauma stuff. Generally. I mean, there was someone back when I first started streaming who did sometimes come in and try to trauma dump on the stream. And I told them many a time that I'm not someone who can help with that. I'm not a trained professional, you know? But they just keep doing it. And it got to the point where it was like, probably driving people away. So as bad as I felt about it at the time, I just ended up banning them. And it's like, yeah, maybe they need someone to talk to, but I told them many a time that I am not that person. Because I can't help with them. It's nice to have someone to talk to. I'll listen to anyone who's having issues, but I'm not someone who's going to give them advice. Unless it's something I've been through or, you know. But even then, everyone's situation is different. So even if I've been through a situation that's similar, my advice might not be good for that person. So, it's just one thing that you gotta think about. Will I get these 7 tusks? Before I have to go back to town and sell them. That would be nice. Not 100% sure if I do though, because I only got 1 bag slot. We only had 1 wild vine drop so far. Not as good as when Garland was here. I'm still sad. The saddest thing about Garland dying was that I lost 4 wild vine. Honestly, that's the saddest part for me. The 4 wild vine that I won't get back. That's crazy, isn't it? That would be the saddest part. We'll just keep fighting until we fill up the slot. Oh, we've got 2 more actually, so maybe we'll keep fighting until we fill up the bags completely and then head back to town after that. We are 5 bars from leveling as well. Getting there. Nice, got the lag. No interrupt for him. But I do love talking about whatever, whenever. That's one of my favourite things about streaming, honestly. Even though I primarily am playing video games and talking about video games, there's so much happening in life. And because it's just classic WoW, man, that's like 9 trolls right there. Easy. It is quite easy to just talk about whatever when you're just going through the quest for the 8th time. So, for anyone that actually listens to my random spiels, thank you. Well, there's some people in the VOD that's just like, what the heck? Why is he talking about all this stuff? Someone in chat say something. Like, sometimes it happens. Sometimes there's someone in chat saying something. Sometimes, like today, I just go off on a random tangent. Depends how I feel. But I mean, there was a time, back to a little bit of political thought. I'm not going to talk about politics, but there was a time where I did think about making like a YouTube channel solely to talk about like politics and what's happening in the world. I could have been a political content creator. I would have, oof, man, and that was, you know, Probably around the time Obama got in. There were some thoughts that I had about just the state of the world and stuff back then. I would have a lot more thoughts about it now, I'll tell you that. Things have degraded quite significantly in my opinion. There would be a lot of talking points. I had a cousin helping me move. He definitely someone who probably watches too much conspiracy theories. So he starts telling me all these stories and I'm like just humoring him because he's also, you know, he's not old here. I don't think he ever finished high school. But some of the shit that he'd say, man. Like, okay. Alright then, mate. Told me that he had a computer and the internet before anyone. Which is to say anyone that is within his circle and stuff. And it's like, yeah, you had a computer and internet before anyone. Like, before my family had one, I think he had one. But there wasn't really internet. Like, you know, just a few pages of whatever. So it's like, yeah, you can have it, but there wasn't any information on it. So I found that kind of funny. But I won't go too deep into some of the things that he said, but yeah. It's, as someone who's also spent probably far too much time on the internet, there was a time where I went down the rabbit hole of conspiracy. I think everyone who's ever spent time on the internet just wants to know what's going on in the world, and sometimes they go down that rabbit hole and see what people are talking about, you know? Thankfully, I had a good friend network who, you know, didn't let me go too deep. Because people definitely get dragged down there and get stuck. They think everything's the Illuminati. Maybe it is. How would I know? But the world is an interesting place. There's definitely, you know, some things out there that are like, I wonder what that's all about. If I, you know, like a game like Total War, if I had a tactical overmap of the entire world and I could see everything that's going on, I'd be like, man, there's some shit out here. Got undercities everywhere. There's Skaven in real life. That's crazy. I did say we only got one wild vine, but now we're up to 4. So I mean, it's coming alive. I'll have to see how much wild vine I need for circlets and stuff. I do want to make wild Dreamweave vest and gloves for the druid, just so she can get a bit more damage, a bit more regen, stuff like that, you know. Obviously it won't help with health, but helps with the other things. I feel like if she can blast a bit harder, she shouldn't need the health as much, hopefully. But we are going to need to farm 3 Heart of the Wild for that. Because I do not have any. Should have enough Wildvine for them all. I would consider making Dreamweave gloves for Grocket, but I do actually like having some health. Even though we're not utilizing it all the time, I feel like there might come a point where I need that extra 7 HP as a Fire Mage. So I'll play a bit more on the defensive side with Grocket, I think. Because we've already got a lot of firepower, right? Like we're doing 200 DPS to most mobs. I feel like our damage is good enough. So having a little bit more survivability is definitely the thing that I'm most keen for with the Mage. I don't want to use the last stack. I'm going to Pyroblast this next mob so hard. Come on, big crit. 900 damage. So close. 894. So close. We can do it though. Yeah, like a 900 damage Pyroblast, evenly possible. That was a high end one though, because 500 is our top end. And we got what, 33 extra spell power? 27. Only 20. Yeah, it is. Because Dreamweave is a little bit more, I forgot. We're not using Dreamweave, we're using Robe of Power. But I feel like we can do a 900. And that pretty much proves it, because we were so close. I also don't really mind talking about whatever when I'm not trying to make content for YouTube. This is why when I was playing Garland, I was not focused because I wasn't really feeling like I was recording for YouTube that day. My goal was to hit 44 that day, and then, you know, 45 would have been our max, so just make YouTube content the day after when we're 45. Didn't turn out that way. Man, we've got a lot of Wildvine now, that's good. We'll probably end up going back to Swamp Sorrows and farming some Hard the Wild then. Some point soon. Maybe not today, but definitely some point in the near future. Six Wildvine on us before we finish these tasks. That's pretty good. If I do the Icarus Read, which I probably will, because it should be easy enough with 42, nearly 43. And we've got 4% less resist chance with Elemental Precision. I will have to go to Westfall first and pick up Sweet Ember. That is the quest that killed Garland. Not this first part. First part, not so bad. Second part, though. We're going to go back there on Grocket and see if we can avenge Garland. Another. Being so lucky. We stopped talking about World of Warcraft and suddenly we just get World of Warcraft things. Where's the Staff of Jordan? The day that I loot an epic on the hardcore medley, though, is going to be a glorious day. We did fill up our bags completely. Good thing we made those 12 slot bags. Let's head back down to Booty Bay. I was thinking about going up here and doing Reptar Mastery, but not so fussed about doing it, honestly. Do it when we do it. Green Mechano Strider, green hat. So the thumbnail for Garland's video is going to be a dead character. The dead character. So it's going to be completely blown open what happens during the video. Everyone's gonna know. I bet that video gets 1,000 views just because of the thumbnail. And I'm gonna be like, man, you guys aren't watching the videos, but then as soon as you see a dead character on them, you fucking gobble that shit up. Like, I know what you guys want. Because my priest video that I released last Tuesday only has 36 views. Which is, I think, the worst or the lowest amount of views that I've ever had on a hardcore WoW video. It's 36. Well, that's not great. But the next one with a dead character on the thumbnail, I beat you 100%. That's over 1,000 views. And if it's not, well, I can confirm that hardcore WoW content is dead. But for those that are still watching, I appreciate it. I know it's a long grind, right? Like, everyone else stopped playing hardcore like 4 months ago, and I'm still here. Not even level 50. Hardly even halfway through the hardcore medley. I think our first character that reaches 47 is my official halfway point of the hardcore medley. It would have been 48, but one character died, so it's 47 now. Maybe 46 and a half. Rocket's only going to 45, so he's not going to be that character, but I'm hoping we can get him to 40. There's some sick items that we've sent out. Alright, pages 25, 21. Those are the ones we need. I think we picked up a 20. Have to slowly look. Yes. Cool. Now we just need 3 25s. Yet. That's gonna take forever. That was 4. We still have... I mean, Frand herself still has a lot to do in STV. She's only 36. But, you know, Rugen's gonna come down here. Francie gonna come down here. So there's still a lot of time to find those page 25s, but obviously it is the hardest one. The fact that I've found it 5 times though, you know, it's pretty good already.
Yeah, what do you want?
And what do you want? We have 11 Wildvine, which is enough to make the vest and the gloves for the druid. Good. I need to just check though. Dreamweave circlet, I don't know if we'll be making this time around. The level 45 item, it takes 250 tailoring, so it's a bit tougher. That would be 4. It would be super sick item. So I think with Grocket we just farmed the free Heart of the Wild that we need for this part, and then worry about everything later. Because we're pretty good on Wildvine right now. Obviously we'll need more at some point if we want to make those circlets, but not just yet. Send these to Rugen. He's the only character that can actually use them. No one else needs Flask of Mojo, as far as I know. Maybe engineering, but I don't have one.
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
As much as I like this wand, it's pretty slow, and this is worth a lot more gold, so
Right back.
we're gonna take the gold. Mainly because I need to buy Rugen amount. Here's the next character, and he's level 39, and he's got about 30 gold. He's gonna need a lot.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Rugen's quite poor for where he is. Bit concerning. Alright, I'm gonna fly to Westfall and pick up this. The next thing we'll do is the Acorus Reed. Get that done while we're there.
You got my attention. Watch your back.
And we do Acorus Reed, the Holy Water. And then maybe I'll head up north and do Reptile Mastery. Still gotta go back here to Hand and Knee and get our 10,000 experience for doing nothing. I might bother with this. Obviously some quests out here. The discovering of the sunken temple is definitely a big one that I'd like to take care of. Like, obviously Somnus is out there, he's pretty scary, but leads into a good amount of quests. And we're soon approaching Foralis and Tanaris. But I'd say Grocket's pretty in line with, like, Garland for experience. For where we are. He just is a bit slower, because we spent 5 hours farming a row of Arcana pattern that didn't drop. Still faster than Lena though, who spent much longer grinding for items, hasn't she? Quite impressive. We did a lot of fishing and farming on Rugen, and yet the hunter is just so fast that I feel like we're going to be hitting 44 before 3 days played. You know, it's like, damn, that class levels fast. And we've been taking it slow. I wish I could just jump off the bird now and just blink down, you know? Low fall down. But yeah, right now with Grocket, because of like these abilities are okay, but I'm not gonna really get them until I've made sure we send a lot of money to Rogan. Because we have aspect of the cheater, so it's not as important that he has a mount. But I still want one. Francie only needs maybe 5 gold to get her mount, so she'll be quite fine, I think. But we did 3 levels on Lena without being able to get one, so I'd rather not have to do that again. You know, Alia, Grocket, they were immediately at 40 pretty much. So it's been quite good to have other characters to send money from, but yeah, because we lost Garland, it's going to put a hole in our pocket a little bit. Thankfully, we never had to send him money, because he was a warlock. He sent the other characters money. We at least sent other characters money before he died, you know? Could have been a bit worse. So he served a purpose there. Definitely good. But I think for Grocket right now, we just want to make sure we have 5 gold when we log off him. After that, everything should be alright. I'm really looking forward to 48. New Fireball. I might actually go into STV from the north and just do that stuff right now. It's Burt Tickle. Oh shit, Burt Tickle, you fucked it up. Must have got distracted by the person running past. The green Mechano Strider. There was a mount that was given to someone by mistake, the fluorescent Mechano Strider, I believe. It came back in Season of Discovery, which is kind of cool. But there was one guy that had it, and he ended up trying to sell his account. And obviously, if you have a 1 of 1 mount, it's going to be flagged, right? Like, you have to be really stupid if you try to sell an account that has a 1 of 1 mount. That shit's going to be picked up immediately. But man, if I had a fluorescent Mechano Strider on retail, I'd be like riding that shit all the time. Even with how annoying Mechano Striders are. It's like the old Gladiator mounts. I guess any Gladiator mount, because it's still kinda hard to get. They're not as hard to get now as they were. I think you get them for a certain threshold these days. And there's probably less skilled people actually PvPing because no one cares about it anymore. But Any gladiator mount is always cool to see. If I had one, I'd be using it all the time, right? I was close. I was very close to getting one. Like, 2 rating close. I was like the top duelist. Rank 1 duelist. It really sucked that season where I got rank 1 duelist. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't really care about PvP that much anymore, so it doesn't affect me. But it would have been cool to have a Never Drake, you know? Gladiator's Never Drake. It's a long time ago now. Private Force and returning. I don't think I'll do the cave quests on this character. But yeah, I haven't done any serious PvP since probably... I mean, I did a little bit in BFA, but it was just like the world PvP, right? Like you run around, you get the mark over here, so you're like marked on the map and people can come and kill you. But if you stay alive, you get like achievements and rewards and shit. Like I did that, but I wouldn't say that was serious PvP. It was fun.
Need help?
Like I enjoyed being marked on the map for people to come and kill. You get your boys, just run around as a 5-man and then see if people can come and kill you. It was cool. But other than that, I don't think I've PvP'd seriously since MOP. I told the story about MOP PvP on my recent YouTube video. I was like, you know, talking about the Daramaktia times when Swifty, Vegeta, all those... Mercada. It's a name you don't hear a lot these days. All those boys were playing. And I was on Dark Sphere with them. I wasn't in the guild. My friends and I just made our own guild and we were just fucking around over there because it was fun. We once face hotted in arena. And about half an hour into the match, my friend, because neither of our teams could kill each other, my friend jumped into his stream and was just like listening to him rage about the fact that my friend and I just wouldn't die. That match lasted until it timed out, because 45-minute matches were in place at that point. Yeah, it was quite funny to hear about. But that was probably the last time I really seriously played PvP. And even that wasn't too serious. Like, just try to get 2k rating and be done, basically. You know? But it was okay at times. I don't think I could actually PvP anymore. Like, my reaction times are not as good as they once were. Whenever I try to play like an FPS or something these days, it's like, nah, can't do it. I'm quite okay with it, you know. Approaching 40. Some things slow down. That's why I like playing more RTS games and stuff now. Even though RTS needs some good reaction times at times, it's a more slower type of reaction time. So I'm getting back into the RTS era. Which is fine with me because I grew up with it. Like I loved playing RTS, you know, in my teens. Stuff like that. So I'm okay to go back to it. Age of Empires 2, still a really sick game. playing some Total War and stuff like that recently. It's definitely big worth. Kill some reptile. I was thinking about buying Age of Empires 4 when I first came back to New Zealand. Just as like my game that I just chill out, play at night, stuff like that. But I never did. I don't know why. But the RTS gaming could have happened, you know, years ago. But now I'm playing Total War Warhammer a lot, so that's kind of my nightly game now. Works out. We get there eventually, don't we? I had yellow skinning on 41 mobs. Skinned one mob, I got a level, and then it went green. Well, that didn't last as long as I thought it would. But that's okay. That's why I was thinking more like the 42s would probably be the best. Because Francie needs some skins. But I think she's pretty good on like thick leather now. And she's definitely good on heavy leather. We already made all the weapons that we need for weaponsmithing. There's not really much point in skinning these low level mobs because they drop heavy leather more often than thick leather, and I don't need it. Even Rugen is like, what? I don't need that. So I might just stop skinning. Can't help myself, but I might stop. And we'll just wait till it's yellow again and just keep skinning like yellow and above. No matter what, because there's so many beasts to kill in like Foralis, probably Tanaris. I mean, there's not that many in Tanaris, but we will kill a few scorpions. We'll probably end up with enough leather to the point where we don't need it again. That's quite alright. 2 bars until 43. Then we'll have 3 characters at 43, like I said. One of them is dead. But, you know, it's what it is. I wish there was on this add-on, there was like a little tombstone when a character was dead. That would be cool. Maybe I should write a comment on the modders, on the mod, I guess, for the author to like add a tombstone when a character is dead. I think that would be sick. He's generally pretty good at feedback. I haven't actually updated this mod for a while though, because once when I updated it, it stopped working. I think he has gone back and fixed whatever issue was causing that, but it's like not a mod that needs updated anyway. It's simple, how long have I played these characters for? Alright, Reptile's Edge. Another 2.4k experience. I'll definitely level while doing the snake people. But I feel like we fly back down to Booty Bay to go there because it's going to be much quicker than actually running. Even though the run to fly back to Booty Bay is quite far. Also, these tigers are faster than I am. Fast as fuck, boy. I hope we don't replace our green hat. Like, I wouldn't mind getting another hat, but I want it to be green as well, you know? Just so we can keep looking like our Mechano Strider. Our hat is pretty outdated, though. 26? Our gear in general. Probably pretty outdated. I mean, even our robes of power. They're almost 10 levels behind, you know? Rocket does need some gear, I'll be honest. One thing that sucks is that Garland had a really good hat, 10 stam, 10 in. He had really good shoulders, like 8 of 8. 8, whatever. I can't remember exactly. And he ended up dying with it. You know? Like, he had some good items. But that's how it goes. Character dies. Obviously the gear dies with it. Now if Rocket ever died, it's a lot worse because the rule that I placed in for my crafters is if the crafter dies, the gear that has their name on it, so made by Rocket, does include bags, by the way. That's the worst part of the tailor. If the tailor dies, these are made by Rocket. That gear is also deleted. That's why once I get Phantom Blade, I just hope I'm able to keep Francie alive the whole time, because otherwise
Light be with you.
probably just going to be holding on to items that aren't Phantom Blade.
Be careful.
Because I don't want to lose it. Losing Phantom Blade would be a disaster. Unless I find a Kroll Blade, which, you know, can be difficult. But I found one before. I found one in 2005. Like February or March. Sometime around there when I had my first character at 60. So I'll be honest, World of Warcraft came out at the perfect time. School holidays. I think I first played WoW on the weekend before school was about to finish. So Friday night probably is when I first played WoW. It came out a little bit later in New Zealand, but not like too much later. And then school holidays were going to happen the week after we got World of Warcraft. So I leveled up to, you know, level 10, whatever, the first night. I went fishing in Darnassus. It was awesome. I stayed up until about 4 in the morning doing that. Maybe a bit later, I can't fully remember. Just fishing. Like, that was fun for me, that first night. Just fishing in Darnassus. Just chill time. Blue stitches. There's one thing I miss about the early days of WoW. Like, you could do anything and you'd be having fun with it. It was such a good game back then. It's a good game now, but it was different back then. The simple things would keep you interested, you know? That first thing that you jump into and get excited by. That's why I love new MMOs when they come out, because it's like a discovery period, right? It's just too bad that the Riot MMO is probably like 5 years away still. Better be good, Riot. Better be good. If it ever actually comes out. Wyvern. But yeah. Then I played a little bit over the weekend. My father was mainly playing because obviously it was the family computer and we couldn't play together, and also dial-up internet, so whenever my mum wanted to use the phone we had to log out. It was annoying. And then obviously had school. And this was 2004, so I was in the first year of my exams of high school. The worst time for WoW to come out. When you're starting your exams in high school. So I did that. Didn't really study that well because I was thinking about World of Warcraft. Just wrote whatever. When my teachers were reading my exams, they were probably like, what the fuck is this guy even talking about? Like, is he stupid? He might be stupid. He might just be here to fuck around, like, honestly. I would just write nonsense sometimes when I didn't really have anything good.
Hello.
That I was gonna write. It was just not.
Have a good one.
I remember sitting in the exam hall writing just whatever I felt like writing in an English exam. I did not like English as a subject because obviously we speak English, right? And all English is teaching you is how to write and stuff and form sentences, whatever, all that stuff. Absolute rubbish subject. Like, it's good to know how to read and write, yes. But what English teaches you as a high school subject is not important, in my opinion. So I just went there and did that exam and just wrote whatever I felt like. I think I failed. But I didn't care. I had World of Warcraft to look forward to when I got home. If I could go back and do like my high school exams again, I would probably focus on them a little bit more. I would definitely... So there was this girl that I liked in high school. She also liked me. I know because she kept coming up to me and trying to talk to me, but I was too nervous and shy. You know, obviously she was also being friendly, but you could tell. I mean, she asked me to be her Valentine on the first year of high school, so you could tell. And the very first day of like the last year of high school, she'd also come up to me at the first... I walked into school, right? And we had a common room because it was our last year of high school, and the last year of high school people get a common room to hang out in. As soon as I walked in there, I sat beside my friends, and then she'd come and sit beside me and talk. I'm still nervous as fuck that day, and I couldn't talk to her back most of the time. Like, you know, say a few words, but it was mostly her. You could tell. At times. The random hugs gave it away also. But Linda has reached level 60. They lived. But I wish that I could have talked to her because I feel like she would have helped me understand a lot of things. She was very bright, very smart, very charismatic, you know? Just like the perfect woman. Honestly. So, if I was able to get over that fear, I probably would have done a lot better in high school. Because I think she would have helped in regards to like learning and just, you know, life in general. Yeah. Sometimes you meet the perfect person for you and you just can't do anything about it, you know? That's how it goes. I mean, even since day one of high school, I was like, that might be the one. And I haven't met anyone that makes me feel like that ever since, so, you know, I might be right. But I was too much of a shy guy. But it is what it is. That's life, isn't it? We had some good times together, and that's all that matters. But I think in the last year of high school, I was at least a little bit more confident. Not fully. You know, we shared a dance together at the high school dance, all that stuff. But, yeah. But in terms of exams, I think just being a little bit more confident and being able to talk to her would have helped so much in terms of actually succeeding in high school. Because she was definitely someone who would have helped when it come to, you know, understanding topics. Because I know she helped other people. It was her nature to do so. It was like me. Helpful. There is a part of me that would love to like catch up and be like, hey, how you doing? You know, stuff like that. See how life's going. But I think she's a lot more busy than I am, so... She has a very high-profile job. I'm just a graphic designer. So it is difficult to make that time. But I am living in the town that I went to high school in, and because, you know, I knew her throughout high school, and I knew her parents a little bit, they haven't moved. So, who knows? There might be a time in the future where we run into each other. Like, I wouldn't even want to just randomly appear at her parents. It'd be weird. But it's not like I'm unknown to them, even though it's been a long time. But they've lived in the same house since I've known them, so it's pretty awesome for them. I wish I had that kind of stability while growing up, either. Like, I feel like my mother recently was listing out the houses that she's lived in, and there's like 30 of them, and I lived in most of those houses with, you know, there were a few that I haven't lived in, and more recently that I haven't lived in, but like, yeah. I haven't had living stability for either, basically. So that kind of thing, I don't know what it feels like. So the fact that her parents have lived in the same house for basically probably 30 odd years now. Pretty crazy to me. But that's just a story from my life that I thought someone might be interested in. Sometimes you meet someone in your life and you're like, that could be the one, and then nothing ever happens because you're a coward. sometimes I think to myself, man, I was a bit cowardly. But I mean, we've all been there, haven't we? I'm sure everyone has stories from like high school and such, and they're like, man, they wish they were different, maybe more courageous and stuff like that, you know? Because high school is a hard time. Like the hormones are crazy. You're not really sure like who you are or anything. So even though I was cowardly and unconfident, maybe from the other perspective, other people were like, you did okay. Because, you know, maybe they were more. But that's life. I also gotta wonder, like, how different life could be, though, because maybe I wouldn't be able to just hang out and stream all day. Maybe I'd be doing something different. Right now, I'm allowed to just chill out, stream, you know, I work for myself when I want to, stuff like that, but who knows, maybe if I had gone in a different direction, I wouldn't be streaming today. I love streaming. Even if there isn't that many people watching, I still love just being able to go online and have the chance of talking to someone that day, you know? Does fill me with joy. From time to time. But I also wonder, like, what could have been in life, because I've told the story many a time, but I was really good at chemistry. Like, just naturally. Like, I rocked up at high school, knew not much about chemistry, and then started doing chemistry classes, and I was just naturally good at it, you know? Like, I had friends who would absolutely destroy me in any other class, like math, all that stuff. They would absolutely destroy me, but when it comes to chemistry, I had an edge. But then I stopped caring about it as much as I grew older because I was playing World of Warcraft. So. Also, there was a warlock over there that seemed to have he didn't die. He had his shield up, but seemed to have lost aggro on that mob. And it decided to come to me. Good thing I was focused. But I feel like, you know, there's a Frankie out there that probably cured cancer. That's how good I was at chemistry. Just naturally, like, I could probably pick it up today and be good at it again. I still remember some of the periodic table. Like, sometimes there's, you know, a question online or something, like when you're watching Family Feud or something, I don't know. And I'm like, I know that. There's a 46 druid with a Grasdock playing the boring speak. He's playing it in the boring way as well. So with druid, obviously, oh, not druid, with warlock, obviously. If you have your Voidwalker out and you don't press immolate, your Voidwalker will hold threat. But my god, that's so boring. Got a male circlet of intellect. Pretty dog. This was of the beer. I'd feel bad about it though, because it's not plate. We're 2.4k from leveling as well. Getting there. 43. Finish up getting elemental precision. And then I'm probably going to go into the arcane tree for a little bit. Like, there's still more that I could get in the fire tree. Like, we could still get more impact, flamethrowing, improve fire blast. Probably about it, honestly, because improved scorch isn't really that good. I use it as a finisher more than a opener, you know. But I feel like I want to go into the arcane tree. I mean, that seems pretty good. It might be more chance to hit. Arcane focus would probably get 3 points in just because it's better than arcane missiles, because we're never going to use it. And it would help for counter spell resist and stuff like that. Magic absorption. Maybe good, but probably go arcane concentration for clear casting. I think that one would be sick. Arcane resilience, a bit more armor, be okay. And magic attunement is just least damage taken from cast. So yeah, there's some good stuff down there. But I wouldn't mind maxing out impact and flamethrower. Improved fire blast is not really needed with how long fireballs take to cast. We'll think about it. I might go on Wowhead and like draft up my talents and just see exactly where I want Rocket to be if we do actually make it to 60. You know, I was making fun of Rend when I was here on my priest, but it does actually hurt on the mage because you know, we're not shielded, even though it's only doing 11 damage ticks. It's still like owie a little bit, you know. This is why I like having the hat with the full steam. I like talking about stories from my life like I just did then, though, because I feel like sharing life experiences is important, right? I have a cousin who goes to church, and sometimes we'll talk about like my family's life as like a story to share. I wonder if that person is okay. I mean, they're shadow priests, they should be. They can fight free mobs. Because I never want to go into like things personally with stream, because we are just hanging out playing video games, right? But Definitely been a lot of life experiences. So I don't mind sharing the ones that aren't like super deep. But when I heard that from my cousin, I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, we've been through some shit, like just as a family. There's definitely a lot of things from the family perspective that I've never really shared. Level 43. Elemental pursuit. There's been very few people that I would share them with. So, for those listening on the stream or the VOD, don't worry, I never will. Unless we become really close friends. Ooh. It was only a small crit, like a partial resist crit. But yeah. We've talked about a lot today. So I thought I'd share that experience. Like if I was a young boy again and someone told me to just do whatever I felt like doing, you know, instead of being a little coward at times, I would appreciate that. If I had that. Obviously I had a father. And I did live with my father at that point, but he was going through his own shit. There was a lot of time in life where my father was just depressed, and that's why my mother had to work 2 jobs. So, yeah. Didn't really have that person to tell me to just be, you know, confident. Which is why I try to tell stories about that now. Because maybe there's a young person that watches my streams or my VODs and they're like, I need that. You never know. I'm pretty confident now, at least. Like, you know, I can just talk to anyone these days. Oh, now that is an interesting petting. Mithril spurs. So, the thing with mithril spurs, obviously we can send this to Francie. But the thing with mithril spurs is only a blacksmith can attach them. So technically I can have an enchant on my account found characters, but I need to send the boots to the blacksmith before I send them to the character. So it's an interesting drop, because I can make use of it, but it's just gonna have to be done in an awkward way. This isn't a regular account found challenge, right? It's a account found challenge that runs in stints. So can't just send them to Francie. I have to do it a convoluted way. But if we get any boots from the 2 levels left on Grocket and Rugen, or Francie, because she's coming up, we could actually make use of mithril spurs. So getting this drop is actually pretty interesting in that regard. I don't think I've ever had Mithril Spurs pattern drop before, so it's actually possibly the first time in all of my World of Warcraft time that I've had it drop. Got some big crits on that guy. Take that. Cat Weasel? What's that? I think once I do the Acarus read, we'll probably head back up to Arathi and get this stuff done before we lose too much experience. It is a level 40 quest. So it's going to start, you know, losing us experience soon. No water for you just hit level 60. I wonder if they're a Southbound Mage. Because that would make sense, their name No Water For You. Southbound Mage is like the most useless thing, right? Now, technically, as an account found mage, I am a Southbound Mage as well. So I also am useless, but it is funny to think about. Like, it's the most useless thing. Because why would you take a mage to a dungeon? To get water for the healer. Sheeps are nice, but it's mostly the water for the healer, isn't it? So if you then can't give water to the healer, well, why are you even there? Useless. There have been a lot of posts on like Reddit or whatever recently about Southbound mages. And I completely agree with most of them. Like, it's a cool challenge to play Southbound, yeah, but if you're a mage, it does affect other people. But as someone who's playing account found, which in turn means that I'm also Southbound, yeah, I am also one of the useless. But I don't care. This is my own challenge. I've hardly interacted with other people. Like, we've been in a group for maybe one quest total across all of these characters. We've obviously grouped up for regular quests at times if they're like just kill things and there's other people around. But when it comes to really doing a quest, only Nick Roche is a quest that I've done that I needed to be in a group with other people for.
You need something?
And then we went and soloed Nick Roche anyway on the rogue, so it is what it is.
What's up?
Is this the clan meet? I guess we send Perugan.
Keep it real.
He probably will be the first character to do the cooking quest. But I also need to go back to Westfall right now, so we'll end in this quest, get the other quest to go to Swamp Sorrows and Hinterlands. I'm thinking I'm going to go spend some time in Swamp Sorrows soon enough so I can make some Dreamweave items for the Druid. I think those would be pretty awesome to have on the Druid.
Very good.
We need 3 Heart of Wild. Do that. So if we go grind some Heart of the Wild for a little bit, it'll be peaceful at least. And then maybe we head to the Hinterlands as our next place we're leveling. Hopefully don't die when we do this part again. I don't know. There's some options. We could also go to the island of Foralis and do a little bit here. The Missing Courier being a level 43 quest is a bit of a trap though. Because the boat wreckage is 44, but there are level 46 mobs around it. So it's sort of one of those quests that's like, yeah, you could do it, but you'd probably get fucked. But we are coming to the point where we do start thinking about Foralis and Tanaris. Which is good, because I like Foralis and Tanaris. The mid-40s is definitely my favourite part of Alliance leveling after hitting level 20. Like 1 to 20, very awesome. 20 to 40, kinda whatever. There's some points that are good. Obviously, Wetlands, Duskwood, very good zones. But once you pass those zones, it's a bit whatever until the mid-40s again. I like STV, but it is spread over like three trips, isn't it? Maybe 4, like we're doing now. Didn't even kill late. That's alright. Go out, do Sunken Treasure, and get our like 10,000 experience for just sitting on a cannon. It would be fun. Might also do this while we're up there, because it is, even if we can't finish it, it is 3,000 experience. Which is worth. I don't know about doing the Infernal Orb, because like I said, we can't finish the quest anyway, but I have to kill the Infernals with Frostbolt. And as a Fire Mage, Frostbolt doesn't do a lot of damage. I can't be honest. 200 damage is like, ugh. Takes forever to kill anything, so I don't know if I'll do that. Hello, Mage, but they're Frost. I mean, Frostbolt as Frost does a lot of damage, because you got Winter's Chill. There's something else that increases the damage, isn't there? Piercing Ice. Ice Shards make it crit harder. But I am not Frost. I am fine. So I don't have that. Still not as cool though. I mean, if you get a Frostbolt crit, yeah, sure, it's gonna hit hard with the 100% extra crit damage that you do as Frost. But I don't think it's gonna do 700 plus like 300 damage. You know, 1,000 damage for a fireball crit sometimes.
Here there. Watch, get her back.
That's way sick.
Off with you. Be good.
Alright, this is the quest that killed Garland. It's the quest. Sweet Ember. The second part is the quest that got Garland killed. But now we know what to expect a little bit more. I've never done this quest. So I didn't expect the troll to be there that summons a foul dude and also spams shadow bolts for 300 damage and doesn't LOS even behind 3 walls. Like, that was a bit fun. But every death on hardcore is a learning experience, isn't it? So I finally got to learn while leveling. My friend was in Unguro Crater on his, well, paladin that's been level 60 for a very long time. He hasn't logged into it for 2 months. But he was fighting those, they're not trees, little vine guys out there. And obviously, as someone who's done Unguro Crater and hardcore a few times now, I know how fucking ridiculous they are for yellow mobs. But he was like, holy shit, these mobs absolutely destroy you and they poison, it's crazy. But yeah, good thing you're a paladin. Because elsewise, you just got that tick all the time while they're slapping the shit out of you. And I've seen 10 gold to Rugen now as well. This is a good fire mage item, but it's... If it was intellect instead of spirit, you know, I'd use it, but I probably am not going to use it.
I buy and trade.
It's a lot of mana to give up for some spell power.
What can I do?
Alright, gonna fly up to a Raffi.
See you around.
Is apparently unknown because I've never had that flight before, apparently. And I'm gonna go toilet while I do that and get something to eat, so I'll be back. I'd assume it's probably gonna be about 9 minutes flight. Hello. I was just sitting on the couch eating the muesli bar and I'm like, damn, sunny, beautiful day today. Pretty much the living room that has the couch in it, just the sun streams right in there. It's, oh, you sit on that couch, you get warm, you know? It's lovely. Do actually quite enjoy this house, so glad we were able to find it. And property manager really did some good work. Quite thankful for her sacrifice. Because I think this is actually one of the best houses I've probably lived in my life. I've lived in a lot of houses, as I was saying earlier, like probably like 20 plus houses in my whole life. Compared to the last one, which wasn't the worst house that I've lived in, but a window did fall out of it when I tried to open it, so I mean, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty big start, isn't it? This one definitely much better than that. Red because it goes faster. I would generally go for a red or an unpainted, so I get it. I just, you know, I saw Grocket's hat and I saw the green and I was like, I have to have the green. I mean, there's no other option. Green it is. If Grocket didn't have a green hat on, probably would have gone a different color. But took the green. Which I think is probably one of the rarest ones that you see, because no one picks green. Blue's good, red's good, unpainted, amazing. Like perfect, you know? But green, who would pick a green one? Rocket. Rocket would pick a green one. It's not that I picked green mount. It's that Rocket picked it, you know. They pick their own mounts. The mount speaks to them and says, you want this one. And that's how it goes. I think with Francie, she's probably getting unpainted because, you know, she's got grey hair. Warriors don't really care for things, so unpainted. I get to pick a ram when I'm playing Rugen. I've never... Yeah, in fact, I've never had a dwarf at level 40. I don't think I've ever really played dwarf outside of playing a dwarf female warrior in Warlords of Draenor for a brief period of time, but that warrior started as a blood elf, so didn't level as a dwarf. I just joined an alliance guild. I don't even know where that warrior is now. It might still be a dwarf, but I haven't played it since then, so... Not 100%.
Have a good one. Be careful. See you around.
Alright. Let's go do this cannon quest, the hardest quest in the game. Would I use that? Honestly, the Sea Fire Band might even be like a better option, you know? Got big stam on it. I'm not 100% opposed to using a stam agility strength ring. I'm already using strength stam ring. Just depends. I think I'm willing to give up 2 stam for 2 extra spirit and 3 int though. So I think I'll probably go the intellect. But I'm not completely opposed to going the strength agility one. Like, it's not absolutely terrible. And this will be boring. So bad. Alright, we defended him. More are gonna come, but we're gonna be out of here, so here's.
Be careful.
Yeah. Nearly 8,000 experience just for doing nothing. Good. Yeah, I think I'll replace the Ring of Forlorn Spirits. Put this one on. 183 intellect. Pretty big. I think for me, like, stam and intellect are pretty even on the mage. Like, obviously I like having a bit of stam so I can, you know, play the game without worrying about dying to everything. I mean, Grocket's had a few close calls because of the low health pool that we had in the early stages. Wonder what character hasn't had close calls. Let's see. Let's look through them. So Lena had some close calls, Fosric more recently. I was probably just one gouge miss away from getting killed by Fosric, honestly. I did not want to vanish when he was at 5% health. Francie, the Necrosh fight, because that paladin went in and pulled like 8 mobs. That was probably her closest call. Baumer was at 4 health while fighting 2 Defies Pillagers. That was, ooh. That was rough. Garland's dead. Alia, I don't think has had any extremely close calls. I think she's been really chill. Pretty much the whole time. Rugen had a close call in the 20s against a Foul Stalker in Ashenvale because of mana drain. It did a lot more damage than I expected it to do. So I think he was like sub 200 HP or something. Friend, well, every fight's a close call on Friend, I'll be honest. So only Alia has really had a super smooth leveling experience without close calls, but who knows, like, she's only 44, there's still 16 levels to go. We've still got to go to the hard zones like Foulwood and the Plague Lands and Silithus, you know. A lot of potential within those zones to have some bad times. Like those last 10 levels are stacked. The Plague Lands, Silithus. I mean, Winter Spring is really chill. I like Winter Spring. There's no real dangers there. Obviously, you can run into them. There's a dragon that flies around, stuff like that. But there's no real dangers. Let's get these totem sticks. Would like to do this mage quest, even though we can't fully do it. It's a quest that I haven't done. Might as well do it. Kinda hoping that the rear is up today, but I think he was up over here in the forum last, because that hat would actually be sick. That hat that Alia has. Big stam, big intellect, big spirit. Amazing hat. Now, if the totem sticks are bad drop rates, which so far they have been, I may stop doing the quest, but we'll see. Yeah, from the trolls out here. Alright, there's one. 1 out of 10. Ugh. I do hate items like this. Especially because we're not going to gain any experience here. They're grey mobs. So whenever there's an item that you got to farm for, and the drop rate is kind of dog, it's like, makes you think about not staying, you know? But they started dropping now that I complained a little bit, so see how it goes. But yeah, even though we're not able to finish these mage quests off fully, we might as well gain a little bit of experience that we can from them, right? Now we have 3 characters at level 43. Which we should never have. But one of them is dead, so it's gonna happen. During the hardcore medley, you should only ever have 2 characters at the same level. But because we got a dead one, that rule has now changed. The VOD that's coming out today on the VOD channel will actually have Garland's death in it. So Garland's death is going to be on the VOD earlier than the YouTube video, like on the main channel, which I did want to try to avoid, but because I didn't edit the video last weekend because I had just moved, I really didn't have the patience to like do anything video wise. I just didn't happen. So Garland's dev video will come out next week. But that is the life of someone who edits their own videos, because I don't have all free time in the planet. I'm not a professional content creator, so it will just come out when it comes out. You know, a lot of WoW content creators do have editors to do all the stuff for them. It is not the case with me. So what you see online is what I created. It takes some time. I am only one man and I have a regular job to deal with. So streaming is like my free time, and then over the weekend, if there's any more free time, then we can make a video. Generally, that's how it goes. Like, obviously, I've got a bit more free time because I've been playing Warhammer Total War a lot, but I'm currently liking that more than I'd like editing a video, so I'm gonna keep playing. I do like making hardcore WoW content, video-wise, but the reason I started streaming in the first place was because I didn't really like editing videos. So as much as I like making hardcore WoW content, I still don't like editing videos. So it does take... Sometimes it takes a little bit of a push from myself to, you know, be like, alright, time to edit this video, you lazy bastard. But I will definitely get Garland's video done this weekend, because Grocket is pretty fast approaching where he needs to be as well, so I don't want to have to do 2 of them. That'd be even worse, you know, having to do 2 videos. I mean, that's how it's been though. I remember when I was putting out free hardcore WoW videos every week back in the first series, and I think some of Ugro. That was a lot of work. But because it was only one character, a little bit more doable than, say, the hardcore medley. At one point during the hardcore medley in the early stages, I had about 10 videos lined up ready to edit, and I'm like, holy shit, how am I gonna get through all these? That's why I went with the strat of only ever putting out 2 a week. Because otherwise, I would have been completely bogged down. I was thinking about making 4 extra videos at the start of the medley from the 1 to 10 experience. But I didn't end up doing that because I wasn't completely happy with the footage. The whatever settings I had for OBS weren't picking up my microphone that well. Like, I'd just randomly cut off. I think that's the first time today I've actually had my fireball be pushed back. I was not expecting it. Yeah. Something you gotta think about. Apparently there's a new World of Warcraft season coming out soon for like, you know, the raid content, stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to play a bit of retail soon. Which I think with this raid will be the final raid of the expansion. So I'm probably just gonna, you know, clear it once and then that's it. Because I don't really care. Unless it's fun. Like, if it's fun, maybe I'll clear it a few more times, but kinda don't really want to play retail that much, so I'll do the raid until either it's cleared or I'm bored. Probably 4 clears max, I would say, though. And then just chill until the expansion. I haven't been doing any of the like side content and shit in retail WoW. Like right now there's an event on where you get extra like transmog drops and mounts drops and all that. Like they have a 5% extra chance of dropping a mount, stuff like that. That's pretty good for collectors, but I'm just like, I don't care. It's cool for everyone that does, but not me anymore. I did do Battle of Dazar'alor on Mythic just to get the last piece of the transmog that I need though for my rogue set. I do like that transmog, even though I might never use it. I like it, so I wanted to have it. But I guess there's also Legion Remix coming up at some point in the future. I'm going to level a Boomkin in that, because I want to have a max level Boomkin. Because even though I'm enjoying Rogue, I think the other class that I would like to play, or try at least, is Balanced Druid in retail. And it's generally pretty strong, so never know. Alright, does this do anything? Needs to be struck by lightning. I didn't see the lightning bolt strike it, but there was definitely no lightning strike. Blizzard. I was standing there waiting for some lightning, it didn't happen. The heck? Where's my lightning?
What's on your mind?
On your mind? Lightning right now, actually. To happen. Bad about it, I was expecting like a whole lightning strike. Okay. So we need to go to Fairmore. I also need to go to Bank to get my jade out of there. So I guess we'll fly down to Ironforge, grab the jade. Go to Fairmore. Might Might set my Hurf in Fearmore. Don't need it in Albadine, I'm a mage. Can literally teleport to frickin' Darnassus. Then we can go hand in that quest at Tabitha as well. But I feel like I should go get the Infernal Orb. I don't need to kill dudes, Infernals. I just remembered I just got to kill the Summoners, so forgive me for what I was saying before about having to kill the Infernals. It's not true. Quest also turns in Fearmore. So many options. Like, we could go back here. I need to pick up a sack of barley. Roll the leagues and driftwood, obviously. Be good to do. Explore in the temple. And we also need to farm free Heart of the Wild. So we could go back to Swamp Sorrows for a little. Got 2 pens. Yesterday I had 1 toothbrush, today I got 2 pens. Just things keep appearing on my desk. I've never really had pens outside of, you know, learning time. Sometimes I have a pen just randomly, but I haven't had one in a few years. My notebook that I write all my notes in hasn't had a note written in it for a few years. My pen ran out and I never got one. But my auntie, when I went there last, she was like, do you need any pens? She pulls out a fucking bucket of like hundreds of pens. I'm like, what the? Because apparently there was a shop that was closing down and they were just giving everything away, and she took hundreds of pens. I'm like, yeah, I'll have a couple of pens. Why not? You never know when you need them. It's so funny. Like, just pulls out a bucket and it's like, that's a lot of pens. So I'd say with what we have to do in Swamp Sorrows, depending on how the Heart of the Wild takes place, it should get us to 40 or 50k experience through this level. Look at all that blood down there. Funny that there's so much blood down there in front of Vagosh, because he probably does kill people that much. So on hardcore there should be all that blood. So it kind of makes it awesome. Like an atmospheric place, you know. So we'll stop in Stormwind as well. Just to get in search of the temple. I think if we can get in and out of Swamp Sorrows today, that'd be pretty good. Doing fiery weapon enchants, 18 gold. I might actually take the tram because I want to do the donation of silk. Alright, take one of those.
Hey, good.
Dash of Mercy. I would not like to find that epic. If I ever found an epic and it had healing on it, I would throw it in the bin, honestly. Oh yeah, this thing is here. I'm wondering how this will affect the world. Like, I haven't seen any kind of stuff happening, you know, like the Encourage things, but I do worry about it. Like, will there be a day where I log in and there's just fucking big dudes running around killing
Alrighty
everyone?
then. Be seeing you.
Little worrisome. Like, I'd hope not. I'd hope they'd actually code that, but I doubt that they're gonna change one little thing just for hardcore, you know? Like, the event's already out, so they probably haven't even thought about it. Feel like on the day where Encourage opens, just no one logs into hardcore that day. Probably gonna be the safest bet. Because that's a little bit of a concern. Here's some change. No Nessie. Haven't seen Nessie for a while because I don't think I've taken the train since we were like level 20. It's been quite some time. Probably like 20 days played or something, you know? Considering how much longer the levels get as you go. Like, you can hit 20 within a day played. After that, oh, start to slow down a bit. Yeah, and we're right here to get this quick. Perfect. Perfecto. Blast. Hope you're playing fire. Calling yourself Big Blast. If you're not fire, well, you're not going to be Big Blasting, are you?
Got my attention.
Be small freezing. I do have the Driftwood quest, that's good. That means I don't need to go to the guy right away. Right. Go hand in these silk. And then we will on our way. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to complete the donation of rune cloth. I think my rogue I handed in the wool cloth, but pretty much every other character is well, probably not going to be able to do that. It just requires so much wool, and wool cloth was so hard to get, and I needed so much of it for tailoring.
Good day to you.
Without
See you around.
going
Safe
into
travels.
dungeons,
Have a good one. See you
especially
later.
like Stormwind Stockades, don't get a lot of wool cloth. This fella, big old crafting stuff. We'll need to find a reagent vendor at some point. Bloodvine. Beefsteak.
Greetings.
A robe of Magi? And it's a level 57 priest. They still got a robe of the Magi. It's a pretty good robe, but it's not better than Dreamweave. I mean, technically, if Grocket stays alive and we play Alia before we play Grocket next, we've already replaced our robe of the Magi. Because we have Dreamweave Vest on Alia. But is it level 57 good? I don't know. Rocket's creeping up to Lena's time played. So I'd say before we end today, Rocket's going to be the character that has the most played time, as long as, you know, we get in and out of Sorrows, because we will have to pass through Scary Dragon Place for a moment. Hopefully Somnus is nowhere. I feel like if I aggroed Somnus, it would be Light of a Loon Hearthstone. That's the play, right? Like, I can blink away. I don't think I'm gonna get away from fucking dragon. And I'm pretty sure he could one-tap us. So, I'm gonna stay vigilant. But let's go get back into Swamp Sorrows. And do what we need to. I think we'll first go for the stack of barley, because we'll probably come up along here. Do the legs, the driftwood, and then do the temple search. And then head to those elementals to try and get free Heart of the Wild. At least we have a mount this time, so, you know. If we aggro things, we're not, like, immediately in danger. I mean, we are still in danger when we aggro things, because there's a lot of things, and some of them are spiders, and they like to net. I actually released a new Warframe about a month ago now, maybe not quite a month. And it's like a spider frame. And you can actually throw webs on the floor and just like crack people. It's so fun. I think they did really well with the new one. And apparently the person that designed it is actually like deathly afraid of spiders. So I think what happened is he put all of his experience and all of his reasons why he's scared of spiders into making it, right? Because it's perfect. There's like webs. It spawns little spiders. It can get on its 8 legs and run around. It's honestly perfect. So I feel like, you know, his personal fear came in and it was like, this is why spiders are scary. All of these reasons. KeynoteCon is this weekend as well, for anyone that is a Warframe enjoyer. Could be some new announcements. I love and hate Warframe. I love it because it's free and there's so many updates, but I hate it because there's so many updates. Like every time I feel like I've gotten stuff and I'm good to stop playing for a little bit, there's a new update. Probably the fact that I just stopped playing for 5 years randomly in the past, but you know, you come back and there's so much to do and so much to catch up on. It's been hard to catch up. But my friend and I have been playing regularly, trying to get some items. And I did reach Mastery rank 25 last night. Which for someone who's been playing, you know, 11 years or whatever, however long I've been playing, it's maybe not that good. Really, you're just gonna go steal the chest. Pretty rude. He probably saw that chest and he was like, oh, I really want that. And then I was killing the mob and still really wanted it, so. He thought, oh, I'll go take that chest now that that's clicked. I'm gonna remember the name. Magician. I'll take the cook. You can have the chest, I'll have the rear. It literally just spawned. It's not bad. I did gain some extra intellect and spirit just before. But I mean, our shoulders are really good. Like, we got better stats all around if we keep our shoulder. But if I ever see Magician and they're killing towards a chest, and I'm like, usually I'm not gonna steal a chest from someone that's killing towards it, right? But if they are, oh, that's my chest. Probably buff up. He is fair, I think. I'm kind of glad I'm not playing Horde for the fact that I don't need to do this area of Pompseurs. I don't like this area. Like, all around here pretty much, just not nice. I mean, there are other reasons I'm glad I'm not playing Horde. The Barons is a big one. Imagine doing 8 times Barons. Literally makes me want to throw up just thinking about it. Crabs are pretty strong. Love to see combustion actually work. Not get into 9 stacks. And a resist. You had the best of both worlds, you know, you get a big crit and then you get a resist. I won't tell the story about how I sucked at fishing when I'm out here. I've done it so many times. When I come to this place, I just remember catching driftwood. That man is under the earth and I aggroed him. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Is he gonna... No. He's gonna remain under the earth. Wait till I'm out of combat. Bit worried, maybe you'll come out of the earth and start beating my ass. So we'll get this stuff done and then we'll head in here, grab this and then make our way out. And while we're making our way out, we'll go here and farm. I get some Heart of the Wild. Zesty. Remember Mortal Kombat? There was like that, like a cheat maybe, but you did it and it's like toasty. Or maybe that's just when you kill someone, I don't know. It's been so long since I played Mortal Kombat. It's definitely one of the first games that I ever really played a lot of Mortal Kombat. Sonic the Hedgehog and Mortal Kombat were like the 2 games that I played a lot of back in the day. But I had played many a game before that. I grew up with them. They are a part of my life. Whether it be detrimental or helpful, depending on how you look at it. I'm glad it's still something that I enjoy. Because there was a lot of time throughout life where I thought to myself, I don't really like games right now, you know? I would always come back, but I think there was like probably 3 years where I didn't touch a video game at all. It's probably the longest time where I thought I had quit gaming. I never quit gaming. But it was always interesting, because sometimes you just wake up and you're like, I don't really want to play games anymore. It happens, I think. Well, most people hope. Most people hope most people will wake up one day and not want to play games anymore. What that guy's doing. Going for a swim. I have no idea why. Why is he going for a swim? Maybe he wants to drown or something. I don't know. Is there a horde quest that I don't know about that takes you over there? So when I go into here, I would rather go in from the top because it's easier to get out. But obviously going in and out, you gotta be careful. There is still a level 62 elite dragon that flies around. No matter where you do it. Flesh eater. Hit pretty hard. I was going for this, but I don't know if I can get it without aggroing. Don't really want to fight those murlocs. Houston. Murloc. Ain't no chest. That's a fish man. Alright. Let's go up to about here and then go down. Be brave. Hopefully not see Somnus. We do see Somnus. You know. Getting the fuck out there, yeah. Like, it's definitely one of the hardest things about Swamp Sorrows is being vigilant enough to see where he is, because he's a big dragon, but he's hiding behind the trees a lot of the time. And you know, there's already a lot to worry about in this zone. Just say as an alliance. We did this on Garland though, and he was, well, he was fine doing this, not so fine afterward. Hello, Jeff. Mate. I hear any flapping wings. It's like the most nerve-wracking area in the Swamp Sorrows. Makes me not feel good. Now, I've got to get out. Whenever I actually zoom my camera out, you know it's a serious place. never zoom my camera out, even while playing hardcore. Like, I've had people comment on videos and such, and then it's just like, just like, I will not zoom my camera out. I said hello, Jeff, Matt. It's just in the heat of the moment of the more important thing happening. Now my heart rate can go back down. Okay. Head back towards the elemental. Get some farming, and hopefully the best case scenario, I go there, I get 3 Heart of the Wild within like 20 minutes. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, we're standing around for an hour doing nothing. You never know. But that quest that we just did should give us a lot more things to do in the hinterlands. Green dragon scale breastplate, never gonna make that. I don't even know who would wear this. It's like they made this for Shaman, obviously, but it's so rubbish. Don't think I've ever thought about wearing that one. Level 11? That's huge. You can ask any questions. I've been playing World of Warcraft forever, so I hopefully am able to answer. It's definitely quite fun as a first time player. I remember my first time. Alright. Free Heart of the Wild, please, video game. Would appreciate that so much. If I was able to AoE, you know, if I was playing Frost, get through these so fast, but then I actually wouldn't have anything to do for 10 minutes. Four, 5, 6. Yeah, so I've had 5 Heart of the Wild overall. I want to say 1, 3, 4 characters have been through here. Not too bad. See, that's a hard call at low level. The armor doesn't really matter. So immediately you can, as a mage especially, you can forget about armor. Like, sometimes you'll wear something with way less armor just because it has better stats. But it's interesting because intellect is obviously really good, you get more mana. But also at low level, spirit is really massive. So I think I would probably go for the 2 spirit 1 inch chest. But when you hit like maybe level 30, having more intellect would probably be better. But it shouldn't really matter, you'll probably replace it by then, sure, but spirit's actually a really good stat for, you know, regen, mana regen, health regen in general. So don't feel like you're wasting stats by having spirit. Even for a warrior, until about level 30, spirit is like their best stat. Which is not something you regularly think about, but pretty good. But yeah, I don't really think about armor being a stat on a even on like a rogue or a warrior. I don't even really care about armor. It's always just the main stat stuff for me. Doesn't really make up too much. I got 400 armor right now at level 43. It's not huge, you know. Not like other video games where it's like big armor, like Final Fantasy or something like that. Having more armor means that the gear's gonna be better. Nice, there's 1 out of 3. Didn't take too long at all. But when I started World of Warcraft, I definitely overvalued armor a lot, so I get it. Yeah. Honestly, Frost is probably the best bet that Mage has, so definitely a good one. Fire becomes really good later on if you start raiding, like in the 3rd and 4th tiers of the classic raids, but Frost is pretty safe and pretty good throughout the whole journey. Can help your team out a lot as Frost as well. Slows and stuff like that. I am currently playing Fire, which does some pretty good damage, but it's very glass cannon. It's just I'm also playing hardcore, and I thought it would be really fun to be a glass cannon in hardcore. Why not make it more scary to die, you know? Nice. Ooh. He's a good bearded man. Old Rocket. I was expecting to come here and not get any of these that quick, but the fact that we got 2 out of 3 already is pretty awesome. Means I don't need to stay too long. I think the biggest thing is a new like caster player especially, you want to find a wand as soon as possible. That helps a lot. And hello Kelly. How have you been? Like, you can probably find an enchanter who would make a wand, honestly. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, it helps with mana a hell of a lot in the early stages.
Sleeping soon, but I had to drop by for the resub.
Resub. He even talks Australian. Thanks, Kelly. 23 months. Crazy. Two years next month, if you continue. Holy. Yeah. That is the worst thing about not having a wand. You're just standing there with no mana, no wand, and it's like the mob's one hit from being dead. What do I do? Do I stab it with my dagger? And then you don't have weapon skill with your dagger, so you keep missing it. It just won't die. Bad time all round. Time does fly indeed. Got a new wall behind me, Kelly. I moved again. I don't know if you heard all the story about the landlord in the last house, but he was a bit too greedy for my liking. Let's have a look. I mean, getting improved Frostbolt is definitely good. But at the same point, having elemental precision might be really good. That's just less chance to resist, which is quite high at low level. But I mean, there's a lot of good talents in the Frost tree. So it's kind of hard to be like, one's better than the other. But I do like this. But also this is good. Because anytime you get a resist, you know, it's a little bit annoying. Yeah, so I was in that house for only 6 weeks. But this house, much better. I went and sat out on the couch just before when I had my stream break, and the sun was just coming in, and I was like, ah, this is beautiful. So, yeah, exactly. As a new player, just do whatever you feel like. See what you like in the game and stuff like that. Like, you don't need to min-max everything and all that, obviously. Enjoy it the first time. There's a lot of people who will, like, read a guide before they do something, but you don't need to. You might run into a few people that are like, why ain't you doing this? Why ain't you doing that? But that's just the internet these days, isn't it? Even I get people like that, and I've been playing the game for over 20 years. I make YouTube videos and someone asks me why I'm playing a boomkin or a balanced druid. And it's like, I don't know, something different. I don't want to play the meta all the time. And still going, yep. You never quit World of Warcraft. Once you start, you might think you quit. You know, I didn't play WoW for about probably nearly 5 years at one point. But eventually, dragged me back in. Ah, Pint. He's a good content creator. I like Pint's videos. Barney's I haven't watched too much, but I've seen a few of them, like the Scarab Lord one and stuff like that. Pretty good. Main reason I think I watch Pint's videos is because he played a lot of Final Fantasy as well, and I played a lot of Final Fantasy, so when he started playing Final Fantasy, I started watching his WoW videos also. I need one more Heart of the Wild. Kind of cool right now though, there's a lot of people kind of swapping around games, like some of the WoW content creators are playing RuneScape, and then some like maybe some RuneScape or Final Fantasy players are playing some WoW. It's like everyone's actually trying different games, which is pretty fun. Yeah, I feel that. As someone who was raiding Savage until like the end of Endwalker, once you get your re-clears done for the week, it's like alright, log out, do nothing for the rest of the week. My group started doing ultimates, but then I cleared Uwu and I was like, I don't really wanna frog top, so I'm just gonna stop playing. And I haven't really logged in since then. But it's good to branch out. Yeah, top. Ugh. They did clear it. Good for them, but I think it was like 5 months or something of prog. Like they're imploding because of Uwu prog, Kelly, or... That's not great, right? The only hard part of Uwu is probably jails. Yeah, exactly. It's more like an extreme trial. There's some little moments that feel a little bit harder, but I mean, even like Barbarisha Extreme felt harder than Uwu. Ah, okay. I mean, it happens. I remember Badges coming in here and I think they were progging through, and she was having some group issues that she decided to just stop raiding because of, so it happens. Give guard keep. Especially with ultimate prog, you gotta deal with people for a lot of time. Savage is kinda, you know, you deal with it you get through the content, but Ultimate has a lot more a lot more shit going on, even if it is an easy one. Don't really want to deal with the drama for too long. I think the only way I'd really do Uwu prog again is if my friends from World of Warcraft Retail ever wanted to go back and do an Ultimate. Because it was boring. I'll be honest. Sure, I was like tanking it, and I was doing the fun tank jobs at least, you know. But it was boring. Pyramus down here today? No. Probably out there somewhere. We did get our free Hearts of the Wild really fast. Auction house.
Light be with you.
Usually I put just a price
Go with
that's
honor, friend. Or the Alliance.
like reasonable, like, you know, not too much low. It can be a real auction, but most people just buy things out these days. Most people don't actually bid on something unless it's really underpriced. So I generally just look at the price that things are, because you can like shift click an item in the auction house to, like, if you're in the auction house and you click on the search bar, you can shift click the item to search for it and see what other people have it listed as. Usually I don't set the bid price too low compared to the buyout price though. Most people are too lazy to be bidding on things.
King's honor.
You go
Go
to
with honor,
Minafall.
friend. You
We'll
need
go to
something?
Booty Bay.
Farewell.
Oh, I do need to go Storm. We'll come back Storm. See, I don't even really use the auction house because I'm playing account found, so I don't even know the price of things. So I'm just like, I don't even know. Probably. It's been a very long time since I've really put anything up on the auction house. But yeah, usually I just check other people's price and then compare it. Maybe undercut a little bit, you know. Same thing that you do in Final Fantasy. Just undercut by a gold or a gil here and there. But you're probably not going to be selling things for gold just yet before level 20, I'd assume. Although, I don't know, because regular anniversary prices are probably crazy compared to hardcore. Obviously with hardcore, people are like falling in and out of the economy. Whenever they die, that gold is being lost from the economy, right? So I could see anniversary prices being like 10 times. what they are over here. Alright, Kelly. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the resub. I'll see you around. I'll be around a lot more now that I've moved again. Back next month. Well, at least it will be the 2-year month. Enjoy the next month for your life. I feel like I might be able to get to 235 tailoring, but I don't know if I can get much higher than that. I'm getting towards the end of stream, I just yawned, but I just want to do one more quest out in Desolus. Yeah, I think a lot of people that were playing Classic WoW have kind of stopped in recent times to try other games. And hardcore is definitely the big driver of content. It's the only thing I really like in Classic these days. If you're someone new and you're someone who might think about raiding in the future, it's probably better to not do hardcore. But once you've like experienced everything in the game, like I have many a time, hardcore is like the only thing that gets my heart racing now. But there's definitely been a little bit of drop off just because people are trying other games and stuff like that recently. Which is a good thing, don't get me wrong. Classic's been out for quite some time now. But it is probably a bit harder to like find people that would give advice. Where's that? Must be dead over there somewhere. Eerie, level 52 giant fella. But there's a lot to this game, obviously. Especially when you're new, it's quite overwhelming. Even though this is like the first iteration, there's so much things to figure out. If you shift and then left click on an item, this little box will come out and you can separate stacks like that. No worries. We've all been there. I think I had to look it up the first time I ever wanted, like, so similar sort of thing, just, you know, open up what was Fotbot back then. Like, how the heck do I split my stacks? And then I probably figured it out. It's just like when I play Path of Exile. Every time I go back to Path of Exile, I forget how to do it. Like, how do I do this? No doubt when I play Path of Exile 2, if they ever actually release it, because I'm not going to pay $50 for a free game, I'll forget how to do it again. Haven't heard great things about Path of Exile 2 though, but it will be fun to play through one time for the story, I'm sure. The story was fun one time in Path of Exile 1. Alright, so I think I go Desolus, grab the Infernal Orb, and then go back to Uramore. Probably do it. This will probably be the final quest that I really focus on today. Since we're getting close to that 5-hour mark, don't want to be overworking. Son of Kings, a protection paladin, huh? This is someone who used the auction house. But they are playing a protection paladin, so it is one of the worst speaks in classic WoW. It's okay in dungeon tanking, but if you lose threat, it's all over. So having a bit of extra gear is probably quite helpful.
Talk to me. Hurry back.
Minute flight. One thing I will say about Classic WoW is it's a slow game, and some of these flight paths are like 15 minutes, so just prepare for that as you level up further. If you ever have to go from like down here to up here, put on a movie or something. Although you're playing Mage, so you will eventually get teleports, which are very helpful for traveling around. Longbow staff. I think longbow staff is a... It's not a rare drop, obviously, but it is a rare white item. Like, the drop rate is pretty low. And you can also... People might use it to enchant it, to have like an enchanted weapon at low level. So... It could be real. Honestly, if you want to throw it up on the auction house and see if it sells. Because low level white items, a lot of people will use to put like fiery weapon on or something. So they have a weapon that they can then use that's enchanted so they can level faster. Could've. Imagine, you wake up, play World of Warcraft, you get 70 gold the first day. Like, you nearly got a mount already. Yeah. It could also be someone trying to, like, transfer money or, you know, buy gold. People that play Classic WoW do like buying gold a lot. They buy gold and then they complain about all the bots that are farming, and it's like, well, stop buying gold. And they're like, no, but I need... And then I report all the bots. this message I have. Oh. I might need to upgrade my phone. What that message is telling me. My phone that I've had for 12 years. On March 31st, 2026. They're gonna shut down the 3G network. Well, I got a year to upgrade my phone. I gotta upgrade to 4G. Classic. The only thing I ever use my cell phone for is for text and calls, right? So I'm not like doing anything on it. If I want to play video games or something, I play video games on the computer or the laptop. The Xbox. But now I'll finally have a reason to upgrade it. Yeah. That was one thing that I hated doing myself in Final Fantasy as well, was farming the crystals. Once I got submarines and I was able to make 100 million gil, I never have to farm them myself again because I can always just buy them whenever I need them, right? But when I was poor in Final Fantasy, that did suck. So whenever I started crafting, when a new tier come out, I'd just buy like 10,000 of each crystal. Like, well, that should do me for the next year. But there was a time where I was new, fresh-faced to Final Fantasy, and farming crystals didn't feel that bad, but yeah, it was... definitely not my favorite part of the game. But also gil is like less important than gold is in this game. So you can have 100 million gil, but what are you gonna do with it, right? It's not like you can buy like any power or anything with it, because the gear, who cares about it? The crafted gear everyone can get, it's cheap. It's not like in WoW where you have 100 gold and you can buy a really sick item and it actually is a good power increase. So I don't think bots in Final Fantasy are that bad, because they don't really affect the economy that much anyway. So I guess I never really cared for them either in that game. Like, well, they're there, making things cheap for me. Yeah, I guess that's one way of spending it. I was always an aesthetic for raiding, so I never really thought about like the, what do they call it? Mercenary? That sort of thing. At the start of Endwalker, I actually spent a lot of time grinding professions so I could make potions when the first tier come out. And I made like 20 million gil just selling potions that first day. I was on Gilgamesh at that point, so making a lot of money. all the raidy boys. And ever since then, I never really cared about actually making them. I would just always buy them after that. Because at that point, it's like, I've got enough money now. So you just need one tier, make a lot of gil, and you're good to go, right? In that game. I wish it was the same in WoW. I'm always broke in retail WoW. Got like 900k gold, and that's not really enough to do anything. Thankfully, my guild provides everything for me these days, though. But I haven't even played Dawn Trail. I finished the Endwalker story when it was like they had the few free days at the end of Endwalker, and then I finished that. I haven't even thought about buying Dawn Trail rather. 34 days is me. Leave it. But I did tell my static, if they need me next tier, like if they ever are looking for a tank going into the next tier, the final tier of Dawn Trail, I might consider tanking for them. Because I do actually like raiding in Final Fantasy. It's quite fun, the uptime game and all that. I like that part of it. Trying to maximize all of your moments. Nice little puzzle. I'd say I'd like it. I like Final Fantasy raiding more than I like WoW raiding. Most of the time. Alright, we've got to find summoners. Hopefully they just drop it, like, immediately. Could be some around. There's one. Never done this quest, so I don't know if the drop rate is 100%, but let's figure it out. Nice. It might be. Good. It's one thing you'll find when you... I mean, you've probably already figured it out with just getting to level 11. The drop rate on some quests can be kind of ass. Especially coming from a game like Final Fantasy where things just drop every time, you know? Classic WoW will sometimes give you a quest and it's like, here, grind for an hour. I'm actually from New Zealand. Which is quite far away from EU. That's okay. I mean, New Zealand is... It's named after a Dutch place, right? So... It's kind of like being European. I play on the NA server. Still quite far, because I got 200 latency, but... I think on EU I'd have like 360 or something. It's pretty bad connection to EU servers. Yeah. Thankfully in Final Fantasy, if you don't mind, you know, doing the grey area, they have programs for that. XIV Alexander, exactly. I definitely used that when I was raiding on the NA servers. Because I did raid on the Oceanic servers when they came out briefly on Final Fantasy, but I feel like they brung them out at a bad time. They should have come out with Endwalker. It would have been a lot better for the community. So I ended up going back to the NA servers. And obviously if I want to get 95 plus percentiles, I have to be able to press my buttons, especially when I'm playing a class like Gunbreaker. So naturally I'm gonna use a plugin. Just to level the playing field. So I tried Alexander and No Clippy. I feel like they're both pretty good. Both pretty much the same. World of Warcraft doesn't really have anything like that. Because most of the add-ons that did stuff like that in WoW have been like permabanned. Like Blizzard actually went out their way to just kill them. Because there have been some really, really good add-ons throughout WoW's history, but Blizzard does keep a watchful eye upon it. Five-minute flight back to Pheramore. But it's also like not a big deal in WoW to use an add-on, right? In Final Fantasy you hear about people using add-ons and it's like, oh my god, Catgirl Futa, whatever. In WoW it's just like a normal thing. Not very controversial at all. I still remember the days of the first add-ons that ever came into World of Warcraft. I had a red box on my screen that said damage meter. And that was my damage meter. Just a red box that would list people's names and show how much DPS they were doing. It was very bare bones. But that was my first add-on. Now we've got stuff that tells us like what ability is gonna be coming within like the next 30 seconds, stuff like that. Tells you who gets what in a raid, like who's rolling a big ball or whatever. The retail version of the game is definitely a lot more based around the power creep of add-ons these days. Like if you start raiding in this version of the game, you'll probably have no trouble. being, you know, someone who's played Final Fantasy Savage content. Like, the raids in Classic WoW are very easy. And probably most of the people that you play with have done them hundreds of times. But it's still fun to experience. At the same point, our computers and our internet and just our brain power seems to be better than it was in 2004. I mean, my computer and internet are about, you know, from 56k to gigabyte internet is quite the change, I would say. Don't randomly have a disconnect when the phone picks up these days. That's nice. I don't even remember how much RAM computers had back then, but I feel like it was only megabytes worth of RAM, right? Maybe like 200 or something megabytes. Something terrible. How did we even run World of Warcraft? I don't even know. It's actually quite impressive when you think about like how good of a game WoW was. Come out in 2004 and be able to be run at all. Because the family computers, they were up to the task somehow. It didn't look pretty. Maybe it didn't run that well. Maybe when you got into a raid you had 2 FPS, but they were up to the task. And that's impressive. Gimli Axe Giver. Wolf Warrior. Whirlwind Axe. Where?
How are you? Safe travels.
Alright, he landed. Maybe when we head back to Stormwind, we're about 50k. So about halfway through this level. That's not too bad. Should be able to get to 44 tomorrow. Don't know about 45, but you know, we'll give it a mile. I don't even know where I'm gonna be going.
Hello.
Like, do I just go to Feralis? Alright, gotta go see Tabitha. She's kinda scary to get to, but it'll be okay. Yep. Hey, thanks for calling me cute. I'll take the compliment. Us males have to take every compliment we can take. Doesn't happen all the time. It's why sometimes when I'm just hanging out with my friends, you know, I'm just like, "You're beautiful, mate. Keep it up. Because it's nice to hear. Alright. Abatha. There's a quest that will probably unlock that I did actually do on Garland. To kill an elite demon over here. I don't know if it's really worth doing on Grocket. Because I can't do the quest afterwards anyway, because I'm not doing dungeons during this challenge.
Light be with you.
And I feel like I need to do a dungeon after it, but...
Safe travels. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Safe travels.
Yeah, kill the demon of the orb. Is it worth trying? It is an elite.
Farewell.
And I'm a mage. Not a frost mage. So I don't have that much going for me. Gonna look it up. See exactly. But if the next quest is just go do a dungeon, then yeah, there's... That's not really worth doing. If the next quest wasn't go do a dungeon, I'd probably bother, but no real point. Because I have locked myself out of doing dungeons for this challenge. I did forget to set my hearth again. Oh well. Where the heck is a... agent? Need a reagent vendor. Feel like there should be one somewhere around here. Alright there, found it.
Hey there.
Alright, we'll buy 5 runes. Yep.
Have a good one.
Go hand in the Sunken Temple quest. And then that's pretty much me for the day, I think. A good amount of leveling. We got over a level. Halfway through this level. That's pretty good. 1.5 levels to go until we're on to the next character for this leg of the medley. Hopefully Grocket actually makes it to 44, unlike Garland, who definitely did not. Poor guy. Couple of young night elves fishing. This is actually something I did. On my first night I played World of Warcraft, I got to about level 10 and I just went fishing for like 3 hours. It was fun. I don't really like fishing in WoW now, but that first night I played, good time. It's the best thing about like playing a game for the first time. You just do whatever.
What can I do
And it's
for
like
you?
always good.
See you soon. Watch your back.
If I could erase the memory and go back in time and do it all again, I probably would. And drop this. I'm gonna go back to the Badlands. I should probably do that before we go to the hinterlands. Get the nifty stopwatch. I don't have too much to do in the Badlands, just gotta kill some elemental. That's pretty much it. Probably worth getting my first trinket. I'll do that tomorrow, we'll start with that. And then might head to the hinterlands. Maybe think about doing some stuff there, but also where Garland died, so I'm a bit worried.
What can I do for you?
We'll see. I'll have to do some tailoring at 44 as well. Make the druid some gear. How far we can get with it. Make some bags. Need some mage weave to make some more bags. We haven't got a lot. Hopefully we can make a few. Tailoring and enchanting are pretty good together. Because you can also make like green items and then disenchant them for dust and stuff. So tailoring and enchanting are pretty sick when they're combined. Actually, a really good idea. You can also do first aid, fishing, and cooking. Like you can pick those up, they're secondary skills. So if you want to try those out, it's definitely worth having first aid. Bandages. Fishing and cooking if you want to, but they're not like required.
What can I do for you? See you later.
I'm gonna fly up to Lochmadan. Probably log out. The only bad thing about enchanting is
Careful.
the master enchanting trainer is actually located inside a dungeon. So you'll have to go in there every time you want to talk to that enchanting trainer. This won't really matter until like level 35 plus. That's when you can pick that up. But if you get all the materials to go in there and then do the enchanting, it's not so bad. But otherwise, you're gonna have to go back there every time you want to get a new ability learned, you know. But that's like a far future problem. Tailoring, however, is alright. I mean, it's kind of hard to level at times because you also need to use the cloth that you could be using to make bandages, but you've got the auction house to buy it if you need, like the cloth. Not like if you were playing Southbound or Account Found and you can't use the auction house. It's been a little bit harder for me. But that's also, I prefer a little bit of a challenge when it comes to that, so I don't mind. After playing WoW for so many years, I need it. Should have probably, how many wild vines did I get? Didn't note it down in my spreadsheet. Don't know. At least 4, so we'll just put 4. But yeah, I've been honestly waiting for a new MMO to come out. Hopefully the Riot MMO comes out sometime in the next decade. Just so I can like jump into a new MMO and learn it from scratch. Like have no knowledge and stuff. It's so fun. It's been so long since I've done that. Final Fantasy was probably the last one that I jumped into not knowing anything and got to learn it from scratch, and it was awesome just running through Gridania. Like those first days, like, oh, this is great. So whenever I see someone trying a new MMO, I'm like, they're gonna have so much fun. Why? Need some MMO. Yeah, I try not to yell too much. Sometimes there'll be a moment where like something is just crazy happening on the stream and maybe I'll shout about it, but generally I've been a pretty chill dude all my life. I'm just a chill dude. I try not to get too worked up because there was a time, I think when I was playing Final Fantasy last, like when I was streaming it, some people would actually fall to sleep while watching my stream and I didn't want to like wake them up, you know. I was talking about it one day and one person was in there and they were like, oh, I just woke up from falling asleep to watch your stream. Like, glad I can be that background noise for people. Someone has to. There's too many like streamers out there that are shouting at everyone, you know. I'll be the chill dude. But making bags and selling them. Tailoring. Yeah, tailoring makes bags. So at about level 40 tailoring, you get linen bag. And then 80 for woolen, and then it goes on. It's about every 40 levels or so. You get a new bag. I think this is like 200 something. I think Leatherworking has a few bags it can make, but they're weird items that you never really find these days. More just for like ammo pouches and quivers for working. Alright, 1.5 levels to go on Grocket. Needs to make it to 45, so start doing that tomorrow. Any more final questions before I bugger off for the day? Otherwise, I'm sure you can stop by next stream and I'll be here. 26 silver. If you look at the auction house, you might find them a little bit cheaper. It's okay. I understand. As a new player, I had many questions to ask as well. I don't mind answering questions for new people. Even old people. If people come in and they're like, I've been playing this game for 20 years, I don't understand this. So if you look in the auction house and look up like linen bag, you might find them cheaper than the vendor. Because sometimes they are. But it's definitely worth getting a few bags at least. There are some quests that will give you like a 4 slot, a 6 slot, maybe an 8 slot later on. But it's definitely worth having a few starter bags, you know. But yeah, other than that, I will head off. Thank you for the mini hearts. It's always good to have someone new to talk to, so if you're around next and you got more questions, I'll definitely be here. I should be here tomorrow again. Before the weekend starts. But I'll see you guys when I see you next. Have a great night or day depending on where you are in the world. That's about it. More Grocket leveling tomorrow, hopefully not dying. We are going to head back to the hinterlands, and that is definitely where one of the characters was claimed, so yeah. See you guys around. Have a good one. Stay safe. Enjoy more classic WoW. I'll see you when I see you.